Oh, I can see you. That's where I can see you.
All right. So I'm live here from.
No, no, but I
Uh,
won't see you. I won't see you on stage. I don't know what
all right.
happened. God, I'm trying to put you on, but I can't see you on live. Where am I?
So mine is currently to. Mine is currently in Tapeta.
No, but I want for you guys to come.
Mine is currently in Tapeta,
Yeah, I want to
and
see you guys. I want to see you
I'm
guys
back
live.
in Cantor. You see me. But I
No,
need
but
to
I see.
get on the
I
stage
can see, but
to switch
I
my
won't put you.
camera.
I won't put you on the platform live.
Let me leave.
What's going on, so? Something.
Yes,
Something.
you see me now. But then I need to rotate my camera. I'm not seeing myself on the main stage.
I'm still. No, but yeah, I want to see you. But where's mine?
Mine is currently in Tapeta. He the one taking care of the Tapeta bill, and I'm taking care of Sonic Way,
Yeah, but
Complete, and Cantor.
I wanted to see what I need help, man. I don't know how to bring people. I don't know how to really think. I can see you guys, but I can't. I'm trying to bring you on, but you when I put you on, you're not coming on. So, but I'm
Wow.
hearing. Wait, I'm hearing that there's a low turn out. Oh, I'm hearing.
Yeah, there is a low turn up uh, to upper Nimat, especially upper Nimat 1C. I'm live to from where the vice president voted. 1C school where there is a low turn up for them. The process is kind of peaceful here in upper Nimat. There is no tension unless at the Nutri School to encounter to where one of the observer raised some concern concerning his staff not having access to the FRR, and then we cover it live this morning. But apart from that scene, we are not seeing any scene of disruption or noise.
But you guys got some video that you guys got some video we can play.
Yes, so we did a live coverage of it. The video is on the page where we got to 40,000 view on it.
So I want to see that. How do I put up? What my put that video on? I want to play that video. Trying to get in touch with.
I think so. So you see, this is the place.
Yeah, trying to get in touch with Maya.
So
I
this
have a
is the
problem.
outside of the place.
I see the chairman. The chairman around, so he'll help. He will help me to know how to do this stuff because
Who
I
Chairman
tried.
Bear?
Yeah, Chairman Ben. I see he trying to. But I need to see the.
So you can put Chairman Bear on let it help if you got myself. I need to get on the stage.
Hey, you
Okay,
on
I'm
now?
on.
Yeah, how you on now? Okay, but I need. So where are you right now?
So I'm currently at 1CA to where the vice president voted not too long.
Oh, you got a vice president voting on video?
Yes, the video we get a video for it, but unfortunately when he was voting at that time was Insani Kwede.
Oh, so
Yeah.
but my information, what I'm getting, maybe you can confirm it, is that the voter turnout is very low. What I'm hearing from other media outlets.
So it's very low, not it's not a gossip, it's very, very low.
So in
And
which era? Which era? So which in the Gil or Manon Belt?
so
So
this is a
that's
man of bill.
there's a police station there,
Yeah, this is a police station, 1CA.
and they put out.
And
I see somebody. How they see somebody there?
it's a police station, and I think they have 5 polling rooms.
Oh, but can
Yeah.
you talk to some of the net workers, the net people to ask when how's the process proceeding?
Network since this morning they're not allowed to talk to the press.
Who told them? Who told them?
So
What about me?
the only people who can talk to are those who are voted.
Wow, but if that's a police station there, that's very discouraging. The turnout is
Yeah,
really,
they
really.
play a sport. They play a sport, and this is where the VP registered to vote. And this is where he voted.
So, Tommy, thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys, I'm driving, so I don't want
Okay.
to. Traditionally, Samson, how is it? How's the place over there? Actually, by the way.
Not bad, Chairman Ben.
Okay. Traditionally, we did anticipate that there was probably going to be a low turnout. These things do happen during by-elections, but I do understand where you're coming from, Tommy, especially knowing that this election has a lot. It had a lot of. It had a lot of excitement to it as far as the the interest. That's the word I was trying to find. The interest that was around this election. What from your analysis, Samson, what will you think? Who do you think this low voter turnout benefits? Because whether either way, it benefits someone, right? A get out the vote campaign is it either benefits the incumbent or it benefits the opposition. I'll tell you from my experience though, generally low voter turnout benefits the incumbent. It benefits the establishment because if a voter turnout is very high, it means that the people are voting, they're excited, they're voting for change. They want to come out to either do a protest vote or to do or to do something. But you can never tell what has happened. You can never tell what will happen, because it could mean a couple of things. But generally during by-elections, you have low voter turnout. You will not have the high voter turnout that you would traditionally have during a presidential election, which all the excitement will be around. So from your conversations on the ground, Samson, who do you think this may benefit? Do you think it benefits Koga or do you think it benefits Eden? Because I think virtually we can all acknowledge that this is possibly a two-horse race.
So so what I observed, I've been up since 6 o'clock this morning. What I observe is the upper Nimad people are not showing up when that's the man on bill. They are not showing up when it comes to this election. But when I visited Complete, I was in Complete. I also went Yekepa this morning. The turn up in Yekepa is impressive as compared to Upper Nimad. So and another observation is most of this area does not have Washoe representing the opposition, Mala Indef. And
For real?
yeah, most of the area does not have Puwashos for and especially to lower Nimad and Cantor. If I Cantor to Messiah Public School, I was to Messiah Public School when they were doing the breaking of the seal and everything. We didn't see Puwasho there. I also went to Hope School. We didn't also see Puwasho there. And I entered Sanikwede New Public School. We didn't also see Puwasho there. So I think they need to double up on their game when it comes to Puwashos.
Oh, but I thought I listened to the campaign chairman Yato. He said they exceeded the poll watchers. They had over 1,500 persons that they were going to deploy. And what I'm hearing is surprising, shocking that you witness you on the ground live. So you witness and then You didn't see no one from the Edith Gunpowder's camp there.
So let me just say this. From Tishkwe 3, I did a live video of one of Edith's one of the observer for Mala Edith. I think that video is in 40,000 views now, where he was raising some concern as it relates to the FFR, that their staff are not having access to the FFR. And another thing is in Tishkwe 3 too, he raised concern that most of the staff there, the observer there, were rejected by the NEC staff because they are now registered voter for Nimba County. NEC staff requesting that they have a registered voting card for Nimba County before they could allow them in the hall to vote. So the entire territory, there is a serious problem there. They don't have pool washer in most of the area. And this morning, because normally the important part about the seal, the opening of this ballot, the seal and the closing of it is you have to get the serial number to know exactly when they are about to close the bus, so you can know exactly the serial that was there. If it does not correspond, then you can raise an issue. But then in this case, most of the areas in Cantor, it was just this morning by 11 o'clock when the camp of Mala Edith did a press conference saying that they are working on the issue of pool washer. But most of the area that I visited this morning, you have pool washer for Mala Edith. Even here to where I am, currently there is a shortage of pool washer.
But Chairman, this is serious though, because if my memory get me right, I heard the Emmanuel Yato saying that they had over top 1,000. They needed 700. I think 700, but they have over 1,005 poll watchers that are coming. There, from what I'm hearing from something, he's on the ground live and he's there right now at one of the polling station and saying that there's no sign of a observer from the Edith's camp. I mean, that's concerning though.
Yeah, it's very concerning. I'll tell you, the thing about these elections, is Senate elections is always challenging because it's a Senate, it's a county-wide election. It's not normally your district elections where you just have a handful of polling centers. So you're right. I know the Edith campaign has been very deliberate and intentional in them trying to figure out how they could be able to get a lot of poll watchers. Maybe this is just an isolated incident from according to what Samson is saying. You want to hope that you have representation across the country. I mean, across the county. So, but clearly, if you do not have poll watchers at these different locations, it's not a good sign, because I can tell you one of the things that I've always insisted on the part of the opposition is you want to make sure that you have your folks on the ground to be able to protect the vote. You're running against a ruling party candidate. I'm not insinuating here that any cheating or anything will go on, but you're running against the ruling party candidate. You're running against the establishment. The establishment have all of the resources. The establishment have all of that is in place, right? And so the least you can do is to make sure that you have representation at these polling centers, and especially in populated and major cities like what Samson is talking about. Samson, where you say, where are you? You're in Tapita? Is that you said Tapita, right?
I'm live in Cantor. It's one of the most populated areas
One
in
of the
Nimba.
most populated places in Nimba, and there's no poll watcher. Then I don't want to know what happens to the rural parts of the county.
And
If
this was the place that Mala Edith poor, huge crowd. This place having to be a stronghold.
yeah, we got to listen. Maybe Tommy, maybe you need to maybe you see if you can reach out to maybe Yato and
Yeah, I just sent you a message.
live
I just sent you a message,
and
and I hope.
inquire. But I can tell you, if you do not have poll watchers in the center of the city, it's not a good sign. It's two things that are happening here. Either your poll watchers have decided not to show up, or two, you probably don't have the capacity to be able to get poll watchers. But like I say, normally you want to man those major cities, you want to man those major polling centers in the center of town before you start, even when you start looking into the if you start looking into the rural parts of the county. But something I want to ask you a question. I know the vice president voted this morning. Did he vote in Ganta, or where is he voting?
He voted to where I am currently.
Okay,
To
so
one
that's
seat.
where you are. Okay. any other major opposition leader in the county? Any other major opposition leader?
If any major opposition leader in the country,
Yeah.
no.
Okay.
All the opposition leaders left the country on Sunday.
Okay.
And I'm heading to the next polling center.
But Chairman, you've been in elections before. You've been a chairman of a major party. So at this time, Ben, I mean, right now it's about 11, 12, 1, 2, about 2 o'clock in Liberia. At this time, what are you guys? What the candidates will be doing in the war room? What's happening right now? What's going on? What are you guys?
Well, I can tell you, but listen, by 2, 3, 4 o'clock, you start to get a feel of where the election of where things are headed, right? You know your campaign manager is practically reaching out to the field coordinators, trying to get a sense of where things are. That's why I say it is very disturbing for you to hear for a major polling center, like the one that Samson is at, for them not to have representation at that polling center. I can tell you clearly, we already know that this is going to be a very, 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 very low turnout. Very, very, very low. It's not going to just be low. It's going to be very, 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 very low based on the numbers that we are seeing. Some of the places I'm getting text messages as I speak right now, some of the things that I'm hearing, it doesn't look like this is going to be an exciting turnout. And it speaks volume. And Tommy, it could speak it's two-way, right? It could speak that the people are just tired. People just don't have confidence in the system as far as the process of electing leaders, because they think, right, it's just going to be the same thing over and over. Or it also shows that, what, people just feel that, listen, it's not worth my while, but I can tell you this is clearly not a good sign. When you have an election where you have an excitement, even if you don't have major turnout, you want to see excitement. You want to see the opposition representation at these different polling centers. You want to see, you want to see the chairperson of the campaign giving hourly updates, right? You want to see them giving hourly updates. You want to see them moving around. You want to see what you will probably be looking at. You asked about experience. Staffs from the campaign will be moving around the different polling center, providing lunch for the poll watchers, getting reports on the current trends in the election. But if you're not seeing any of those things, I don't know what to make of it. Yeah.
Wow. I'm wow. But and by this time, but Saros, welcome. Saros, what are you hearing from the ground? What are you hearing?
The turnout is not encouraging. The turnout is not encouraging. I think it's everywhere. Even in the Guild Belt, I've spoken to people from District 3, District 4. The only area I've not heard from District 5. District 3, District 6, they said it turned out very poor. And one of the frustrating things is the opposition community will work with. There are too many people who out there, they know everything. When you hear from the people on the ground and you try to reach out to them to take the necessary step, they don't listen. Everybody wants to prove strength. Everybody wants to add that they know everything. And I was just sleeping until you sent me the link. I'm tired.
Wow. Wow. I mean, I don't know, but that Ben is saying, and he has been involved in a lot of elections. Ben even ran for senatorial election before, so he's someone who's
But the low turnout is going to play against is going to play against the opposition candidates. Trust me. We observe that.
Yeah, but
We
I just said. And I will soon be home, so I'll probably be able to come on camera, Tommy. Just give me a few minutes.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you clearly, and like Cyrus is saying, look, right, whether you want to agree or not, there are a couple of things that are happening here, right? Voter apathy. People are just tired. People are not excited. Normally, let's put it in context. So normally you have low voter turnout in by-elections. Normally, but this is with a huge but. There was a lot of excitement around this election. There was a lot of tension on this election. This election should have been, this election, quote unquote, may have been billed as kind of like a referendum on the ruling party, right? On the vice president. That's the reason why you saw him going there and camping in Nimba. The other thing that we could probably be watching here, right? The other thing we could be watching here is the fact that there's just maybe the messaging. If you notice that the last couple of weeks of the election, the turn in which the messaging took, it became more tribal. I don't remember any issues being discussed. I don't remember any issues being discussed. It became about, oh, this seat that the down people seat, or that the man people seat, or two man cannot have this seat, or so you want to encourage, you want to give people the excitement and encouragement to be able to get up and to go and vote. You want them to feel like they're going to go and vote, and it's something that's going to impact their lives. But I see something is at a new location, so maybe let's get him to say something about where he currently is. Samson, you want to go ahead?
Yeah, so I'm currently to another location, to New Canton, where I'm posted. But the tenor here too is the same thing. And to the pool washing area, I'm seeing 2%. So because there's an open area, so let me just put the camera through, because
Yeah.
camera is not allowed in the
Can you
cohort.
can
So
you can you something? Can we talk to somebody over there? Is there an observer over there that you can reach out to ask some questions to see how the process is going? Whether it's the ruling party or the opposition observer, that's fine. Can you ask if they can talk? Is they allowed?
all right, so I have to engage them to find out whether they will permit me to do that.
Yeah, just walk there and see if you can ask. I mean, you can be live and do it. Ain't no
You
big
got
deal.
your tag on, right?
Yeah, and you got
Yeah,
your
yeah,
tag. Yeah, just
yeah.
ask them. Identify yourself. This is not, you just want to know we are live. The people are watching. Want to know what's the feel on the ground. Yeah. So Tony, as he goes, again, like I say, clearly. Let's speak to our sister Kadi Coleman Port, our big sister.
Oh,
She's monitoring.
Daddy Kuma
Uh,
Put, our rescue sister, is
rescued big
watching
sister
live
is
from
monitoring.
Liberia.
We made. Cause Kadi, I'm gonna call you. Yeah, I need to talk to you. You said about something.
Sis Daddy, what's up?
Yeah. But Tommy, like I said, look, couple of things. Either there's no excitement, right?
Wow.
The messaging has been out of whack. I don't know. Maybe Cyrus can speak more on this. He's probably more. He's on the ground there. He can tell you. Cyrus, what do you think? Have the people? What do you think the people are thinking about when it comes to the issue of messaging? Like I said, over the last couple of weeks, we've heard nothing about issues. We heard nothing about the lives of the people of Nimba County. We heard nothing positive about what the candidates are going to be doing. It was all about they see that for the down people, they see for the man people, they see for the Gio people, they see for the Mandingo people. I mean, this whole election has just been watered down into, and maybe this was a strategy, right? Maybe the strategy may work for one side. But what are your thoughts on that? And do you think this is a result of what you're seeing today?
Yeah, what happening now? Before Kun got involved, I think in the second or third week of the campaign, the election was gravitating towards Koga. People, even the very minor people, uh, many of whom were supporting Koga until Kun's involvement when he tried to use that he divide and rule method. It changed everything. It changed everything. There are guys that currently work in the government.
Mhm.
They support Koga on the surface, but the real thing they tell their people is that they should support either based on the messaging. So things change around last minute to time. But from the look of things, if you can see Ganta that doesn't have farming region, sending Kole, people don't go on the farm. If you can see the turnout low, I'm thinking about what will be happening in the Geo region, because most of our region, this is farming season. People have gone on the farm to work to do their farming jobs, and the result will be low. But my fear is I observed this same low turnout during the runoff election with CDC.
Mhm.
But when the result was coming out, the number that they were announcing, it was surprising. This is where I'm thinking, because even in a by-election with Yan, when Koga and Yan went into it, when we visited most of the minor areas, the turnout across the country was so low. But surprisingly, the magistrate we have there is a criminal, and Kun controls this guy. Kun gives him instruction and he implements everything Kun tells him. Like last night, I got an info that the previous guys that were trained to carry on the process in District 5. When they sent the list to Kuhn, he was not satisfied. He has to nullify the list to mandate one Michael Dede who works in his office to work alongside the magistrate so they can carry out another listing. So a lot of things are happening, but the opposition is weak. The guys are just on Facebook making big muff. Election and big
All right,
muff
we'll
thing.
come back. Yeah, we'll come back to you. I think something has something.
All
Something.
right. So come so. All
Something.
right,
Go
so
ahead.
I will give the phone to one of the observers so you can interview it.
Good.
Cool.
All right. So, what's your name?
Yeah, my name is Fanta M. Kone.
And you observer for which are you the ruling party or I mean Koga or Edith or where? Or do you work for
Uh,
NEC?
Ide.
So you are Edith observer. We want to know? You say what your name Fanta? You say Fanta?
Yeah.
Fanta, what do you what? First of all, it look like plenty of people not voting today. What do you think the reason why? Why you think people not voting?
Um, I myself, I don't really know because since this morning we came here, people just acting weak to come vote, but the workers that are here, they are working. The staff that are here, they are doing extremely well. But we don't see people. Yeah.
Okay, let's talk about. I wanted to talk to you. Let me ask you something quick. What are you? What will you say? If everything going smooth, right? Like you say, everything going smooth, no issue,
Yes.
no issue, right?
No
Okay,
issue, no violence,
no violence.
everything.
Okay, but
Yeah.
the problem you are seeing is that people are not voting. People are not coming to vote, right?
Yes.
Okay. Dominic, you got questions for her?
So let me ask you, your folks, the chairman, the campaign chairman, are you in touch with them?
What?
The chairman of your campaign, Mr. Yato, others that are in the area, are you in touch with them from Edith campaign?
The chairman for the campaign, you talking with them?
Oh, oh no. I'm not really talking about them.
Also,
Because just doing my job, observing. That's
Okay.
all. Yeah.
wow.
So
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 far,
far so far so
yeah,
far
go
the
ahead.
number of people that have voted, you think it can reach 100 so far?
What?
The number of people that have voted, they
Eh,
reach 100 so far.
yeah.
Okay. So let me ask one question, one last question, Fanta. That way we can let you go back to your work. What's the? Can you tell us? I beg you, tell us how your work going. Do you when somebody go vote? Do you verify? Do you look at the list to make sure the person is on the list? Do you see them? What is the process like? Explain to us briefly how the process working.
Uh, the same way the process moving smoothly. People come, they walk in, they vote, but there is no much population. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. So do they come? They show their voter card, right?
Yeah, they show their voter card and they go, they vote. People, they teach them, they allow them to vote. The
Okay.
same
Do
way,
you
yeah.
do you have a copy? You as an observer, do you have a copy of the list, the voter list,
The FRR
the FRR?
that get the people picture in the book.
Oh, yeah. I think,
You got it there.
Yeah, she
Okay.
has one. I'm
yeah.
Okay.
seeing
No
one.
problem. All right. Thank you, Yafata. Well, you not vote. You just said you not vote. Is she
They
registered to
will be
vote
the
at that location?
I don't think so because her hands
Oh,
still clean.
when I see for there,
Or is she observer? She vote there?
no, I think they can be the last. I think observer can be
last,
the last.
No,
be the
observer
first to
normally
vote.
supposed to be the first. But anyway,
I,
anyway, anyway. Well, thank you,
But
Samson.
but
Samson,
but as
Samson,
for
can you try to get one neck worker? Can we talk to one neck worker?
Unless I ask the PO.
Yeah, take up break and ask to see if we get that interview one networker quick. That's all. Nothing more than that.
Yeah, Joman Jala, breaking news. Representative Gua is in a significant lead. and
I
today,
hear significantly.
today his birthday, he lying, he don't have birthday. Today his birthday,
Today, Jamal,
today birthday.
I bet birthday, Jamal.
And he start lying on his birthday. Joman, that ain't good or that bad. Start lying on your birthday.
All right, I think we got the networker. How are you,
Hello.
sir? How are you?
I'm okay. And you?
Good. Well, thank you. This is Ben Sanvi. Thank you for the work. We thank you for your service to our country. You are doing a patriotic work there. So I want to know. This is the closing argument. The voter turnout seems to be low. First of all, how's the process going? How is the process going? Can you give us a little overview of how the process is going?
The process is okay. Since we started this morning, the process is smooth. Everything is going on fine.
Everything is going on fine. And what do you think as far as the turnout? The turnout seems to be very low, though. Do you anticipate more people coming to vote, or do you think it will stay this way?
The turnout is not that bad because the only thing people are not in a queue that will be long. But since we started the prayer, not been job. People coming, going.
People coming
So
and going.
voting. Yeah.
Okay. And all the camps have observers at your location currently.
Yeah.
Everybody have the observer. Okay.
All the polling places have observers.
Okay. And are you from Nimba yourself? Are you from Monrovia, or are you from another part of the country working?
Coming tomorrow?
No, I say, are you from Nimba? Are you based in Nimba as a net worker?
Yeah. I hear from Nimba.
Oh, you from Nimba? Okay.
And I hear from Ganda here.
From Ganta, and that's where you are going to vote also, right?
Huh?
I say you will be voting also at that location, right?
What I'm voting to the location?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. I'm voting to the location.
Okay. Yeah. My other colleagues asked a question. Maybe they want to ask you something.
Yes. Thank you. Good morning, sir. Good afternoon. What time your police station open this morning?
I'm not actually getting you. The people getting lost a little bit.
Yeah. Well, what time you guys open your polling station this morning? What time?
What?
What time the voting started? What time this morning you started?
Oh, we started by 8 o'clock.
And when it will close?
We close by 6.
6 o'clock. Okay.
That's 6 o'clock. We close.
Sarah, you got any question?
All right. Thank you also.
Thank you so much for your service. Yeah. Thank you for your work.
Okay. Thank you also.
Okay. So I'm putting my details down before I leave.
No problem. Okay.
So, I mean, if the voters in Nimba are listening, it's time to get out the vote. You guys, is your opportunity. This is where your power lies. Like Ben Sanvi always say, the most powerful position in any country is a citizen. So it's time that you go and cast your vote. Tomorrow, you won't say, "Oh, this person is not doing well." This is where you show your power. Go out and get out and vote. If you're on your couch, you watch it, you're somewhere, you're in the market, take that time and go and vote. It's important. Get out and vote. This is why all the candidates should be calling on the supporters to go and vote. Go and vote. Because right now, people on the ground, we are live and nobody is saying nothing about any interference, nothing about any fraud going on. So tomorrow, we want to hear that the election was free and fair. So it's about time that everybody go out and vote. Go and go vote, because you can't make up something. If you don't show up, you can't make up and say you were cheated, whatever the case. From what I'm hearing earlier, I think the candidates should have representatives to all the polling stations, because this is what it's all about, to protect your vote. And I'm just surprised that what I heard from Samson earlier from where he was before he came here, that there's no observers from the other camp, especially Madam Gongolo's camp. I try to reach out to the chairman, Yato. I'm not getting him. Maybe other members, Lofa, Julius, Emmerich, all you guys that are involved in this campaign. I hope you guys are listening and watching, and you guys, I think it's time to reach out to your guys, your supporters, to come on and vote.
Well, yeah. So, Cyrus, you want to come in? You were saying something when we.
I'm heading to my next destination, the next area.
Okay. Well, you walking or you using or you mobile? How you doing? He gone.
I spoke with I spoke with some of team members in Tabeta. The same thing going on in Tabeta. I spoke with one, confirmed that Managonglo doesn't have observer in most of the areas in District 4 at most of the precincts. So what they are doing now, they are using yellow observer, to fill the gap. I don't know. I don't know what this is all about. They, they will not even be having observers in District 4 because District 4 are interior area. District 4, District 3, I'm just afraid. I'm just afraid. The guys pay more attention on Facebook. They say all the big things on Facebook, and today is the main day, and nothing is happening.
Wow. But listen, for me, I think
That's
like
Chairman
you
Ben.
said,
So Chairman, okay,
yeah.
Chairman Ben, like I said, you've been in election before, you ran before, and you've been a chairman of the major party. So how do you guys prepare for election of this nature? What you guys do on the eve of election night? I'm sure all your poll watchers should have been deployed. They have been trained, right? So what?
Oh yeah.
And then how you guys keep in touch with them during the course of the day? What you guys do?
So the way it normally works is first of all, there has to be poll watcher training. You go through a poll watching training. I think it's like a day or two poll watchers training. You go to give them a training. You give them the manual, all of the FFR, and which is a huge amount of documentation because you literally got to give each of the precinct, whatever, the polling person, the polling captain or something, a copy of the FFR, because the thing is that is the Bible. That is the Bible on election day, where they get a chance to verify who and who is not on the FFR to be able to vote. Then there has to be coordination. There has to be feeding plans in place, because when you're asking people to go to those polling centers, they're staying there for the whole day from 6 o'clock, like you heard the guy say, right? From 6 o'clock to all the way to 8 o'clock. From 6 to 6, pretty much. And then they have to also stay for the counting. They have to stay for the counting, because that's the most important part, where they stay for the counting of the ballot. So some of them are not leaving from that place depending on when the counting ends. All right. So sometimes the counting may end around 6 or 7 or 8 o'clock. They're there. So you got to have a feeding plan in place. You got to have a training session in place. And then you got to always have at least one of them got to have a cell phone. At least, because you may have 2 or 3 poll watchers at a particular center, because there are different rooms, right? Precincts within the center. If I'm saying it correctly, the precincts and the centers, one of them got to either have a cell phone that can be able to communicate with the war room, because you want to be able to get live updates at the polling as the counting begins, so that it also corroborates with some of the numbers that you will be able to get from the tally sheets. Preferably those cell phones are kind of like smartphones that people can be able to take pictures, because you want to tell your poll watcher to be able to take a picture of the tally sheet, the final tally sheet. So it's a whole operation that is in place, and that's why it requires a lot of resources. It's a whole operation that is in place. And like I say, if for a senatorial election is as big as comparable as a national presidential election, because you're dealing with the whole county. Like Sarah said, you got interior parts of the county where some places you go, they may not even have signal, right? So you got to send some of your most trustworthy poll watchers in those areas, because you're going to be counting on them to be able to take the data, to go to probably when they get done, leave the polling center and go to find signal to be able to transmit it to the tally to your command center. So it's a whole operation that goes into it. It's not a small operation. It's a whole operation that goes into. That's where resources count. That's what organization counts. And that is where efficiency will have to take its place, because the slightest thing, especially in an election that you have simple majority, every vote matters, because the person can beat you by 300 votes. You saw Akaras Gray. Akaras Gray lost his election by what? I think 15 or 50 or 50 or 10, 10 votes or something like that. That is the thing. And especially the place you need to be vigilant are mostly in those rural parts of the county, where a lot of people don't have the expertise to be able to get certain things done. Yeah.
Well, that's Chairman Ben Senvi, a former national chairman of the Liberty Party, former senatorial candidate of Montserrado County. So he's an expert in electioneering and expert in this process, and hearing from him. you got to rely on him for such information. But Mayan is encyclopedia. Mayan, you lied. Mayan, can you come in and say something? What's happening in encyclopedia?
Yeah, so good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are following us live from. I'm currently in Second left from Tapetan this morning, where as came live, we saw the live happening from Tapetan, where when it comes to the turnout was very, very poor. That the police officer have to take a vehicle, going from house to house, making awareness, encourage people to come out to vote. So
Wow.
for the turnout in Tapetan was very, very poor, where I saw so many people feeling and discouraged to go and vote. But the police officers were around from place to place, encouraging people, making the awareness to go and vote so that they can be able to exercise their constitutional function.
All right.
Wait, go ahead. Something you got something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm at what's the name of the place?
JWPSC,
J-Terry.
place one.
I'm at J-Terry PSC place one. So I have the PO for this center. I want you to talk to him before we can continue what we want.
But Samson, ask the man some question. You
Okay.
there? Ask the man some question.
So how are you?
I'm fine.
What's your name?
My name is Lawrence Desmond, presiding hospital for polling placement, JWPSC.
How is the process right now?
All the process is cool, and one of the things I observe is the turnout is slow and also poor.
What do you think the cost of the turnout?
Uh, what I think the citizen, some, because we know in Liberia every time people voting and for change. And I believe that people they are not coming because every time they catch vote and the thing they want to see from the viewers, they are not seeing it. For me, that's a thing.
All right. So how long you been with NEC?
I've been working from 2017.
From your experience, from by-election, I guess you've been covering by-election.
I've been working throughout the by-election.
All right. So from your experience, is this the first poorest by-election?
Very good.
The
Yeah. What I've been observing because other places I've been working, yes, the by-election sometimes the turnout can be more than they can be higher. People can turn out, but this is very very
this is the first poorest by-election for your
yeah
observation.
from my observation. Maybe other places, yeah, like other three places around downtown here, the people are turning out for this side. It's very cool.
All right. For my
Samson,
end, I think I've told a
Samson,
question. Yeah.
Samson, are there any? Can you ask him? Are there representation from both sides or the opposition and the ruling establishment as far as observers at his center?
Yes, I have 7 observers from the both parties. Yeah,
Represented here
we are
fully.
representing for those candidates.
All the candidates are represented there. Are represented there.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. All right. And you rightly said that so when did they start? Did they start on time at that center?
Yeah, I opened by 8 o'clock because we were told to start sharp 8 o'clock
8 o'clock.
a.m. We started this morning, and we are
Okay.
anticipating to close by 6 o'clock.
Okay.
Yes.
What are the other reports you are getting from other parts of the county? Are you talking to your other colleagues around the county?
Yeah, but for now, I don't have chance of going around because I'm just like started to replace.
Oh, okay. So you're
Maybe
not
we
talking.
have to, yeah, because we cannot go around all over. We just replace it.
All right. Anybody else got a question for him?
Well, I mean, he updated us already, and so I think we can.
That's good. Thank you so much, and thank you for your service to the country, my friend.
So
Okay, thank you.
Mayan, you still on, right? So Mayan, give us
Yeah,
some
I'm sure.
updates about encyclopedia, where you are.
Okay, so since I entered here like almost 10 to 15 minutes ago, I've seen the place to be like quiet. Everyone are making their way, but it's not like
Am
where
I
you need to
sounding
see.
low? I'm not getting you. It's sounding low.
You get hello.
I mean, we can hear the man, Abu. That your internet MPA. That
Okay.
don't mind. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, so for the attendance, we see the attendance is very, very cool. where you cannot see over 15 or 10 person here. So I would like to speak to one of the networkers who will give us some detail. Let me try to put it on the main screen. Where so how you doing, sir? What's your name?
I'm okay. My own is still loving. Do want the PO, a son at the side, working this letting room full.
Okay, so how is the election process today?
Well, my brother, as the elite that we just saying, the appearance, the attendance, very, very cool. We are ourselves in a way, we be telling people to go and encourage people to come. You can see the queue, nobody in the queue as one come, just go in and vote.
Okay, so people would like to know how many person with if you zoom in, how many person you think have voted?
For me, in my room, I am there with about 100% for now. When I started the month.
100%.
Yep.
So all of the candidates they have that representation there.
Of course.
Okay, so you can take it from their studio. Who's
Wait a minute, in my room,
mhm.
some kind didn't have somebody there.
Okay, so what's about Manakite Congo West?
Yeah, not independent.
Yeah.
Someone is
Okay, what's about CMC?
there. TMC, someone is there.
Okay,
With me.
Koga.
Yeah, someone is there.
Okay.
MDR.
All right. So you can take it from there. Any of you have question?
Abu Sidiki.
So does Garrison Yellow have observer there?
Yeah. What? Who?
Garrison, you independent.
Independent, no.
So is there any concern? Is there any concern with regard to the pools, security, everything?
Our basic concern here is because we are an Nimbardians and therefore we want a leader that will take care of us. And we've seen our friends out there. Sometimes when Aspirant come around, you will see them jubilating, going around the Aspirant. But now to come and take the decision, the person of which you are jubilating for to come and make the president a victorious, you're not seeing people to come in the pool. This is my basic concern around the country.
So the
But
pool
if
is
all my friends are going from around the country, the same opinion against me. So that's the only concern.
there's a low turnout. Is that what you're saying? There's a low turnout.
Low tender, yeah, low tender.
Okay. And what's about female voters? Are they
Yeah, in my experiment area, females are putting to my area, the room that I'm working in, females are putting. Females are more than me.
Okay. Let me ask you, sir.
Yeah,
You have been a PO in the past, right?
yeah.
Okay, we want to compare the last election, the last by-election we had for Senator Yantuan, the one he won. They want to replace the vice president. What can you do the comparison? Was it more people voting in that one than this one?
Of course.
Wow.
Of course.
Wow. Okay.
So
We not
we got information that the Upper Nimba Electoral Magistrate Milton Pay gave instruction to you networkers that common interest must prevail. Are you one of those that the instruction was given?
Probably I'm not on that magistrate, but I'm not come across that information.
Okay.
I had
Well,
to find lower demand.
thank you very much, Pio. Thank you for your service to our country. Thank you for what you're doing. You're doing a patriotic work for your country. So we want to thank you again, okay?
Thank you.
And y'all keep the peace.
Thank you too for passing back.
No problem. So, Brian, where are you? You say you're in Saclay, right?
Yeah, I'm currently in Saclay.
Let's talk about the CMC for a little bit. Are there representation for the CMC? I mean, that's their stronghold when you think about it.
Okay, so I would like to read there and see where I can get the TMC representation to speak to he or she. But I think I can.
Well, Sidiki, it's good to see you, my brother. I will soon be on camera. Don't worry. I know you. I know you will see my face. So, it's good to see you. But what? Sidiki, you got experience. We got experience in this thing. So, what are your thoughts? Let's talk about it a little bit. Let's talk about who this potentially hurts and who this potentially helps. From my experience, low turnout normally helps the government. It normally helps the establishment. High turnout opposition, it helps the opposition because there is a high anxiety, right? There's an appetite for change. So you get a high turnout for people who are not happy with the status quo. What does this clearly say to you, Siddiqui, as a political analyst, as someone who has experience when it comes to Liberian electioneering? You know, the opposition try to build this as a referendum, right? On the government, on Cone. What message does this send? Oh, okay. Siddiqui, 1 second. 1 second. Let's hear from Maya.
Yeah, so
Maya, go ahead.
CMC observer here. So how you doing? Yes. So what's your name?
My name is Nimba By-Election.
Okay, please be audible. People are listening to you.
Yeah, we can hear you a little bit. Don't speak a little.
My name is Benito Wada.
Benito, how you doing? You all right?
Okay.
All right. How's the process right now on the ground? Are you guys? Are you? We hearing low voter turnout. People not voting. What happened? Why are people not coming to vote? You know?
I don't know the problem, but people not really coming. Yeah, sitting, calling people not coming. The place is full. I don't know
Wow.
what happened here.
So are you? When did you? So when did you? Are you there with other observers? Is it just PMC or you got other observers there?
Yeah, I got a lot of here.
Okay. All right. Anybody else got something?
So, says Benenda, how are you?
How about it?
So, before the polling place is closed, in case the guys from the ruling party suggest that since the turnout is low, we can give you small thing to fill the other stuff in our candidate interest, what would be your position?
Tell me again, please.
The ruling party gave us more money to leave the place.
No, not at all.
Okay, so Loretta, thank you for what you're doing. I just want to know, since this morning, since the process started as an observer, is there anything you have observed for which you may be concerned about that you think is a load has the potential to affect the elections in your observation?
Anything that you have observed is not right.
No. Everything is not cool.
Okay, so the process started on time, right?
Yes.
So what will you actually be observing for as an observer? What will you actually be looking for? What your party ask you to open your eyes to, all of that?
We should be observing the people. Sometimes on the screen people will enter to come bribe the people. We should be looking at them. We shouldn't allow it.
And so far, no. Go ahead, sorry.
Come again.
I was saying, so far, you have not observed anything like that. So far.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Maya. Let her go back to doing her work, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Good. So, guys, let's talk about this as far as where things are and what do we think. Siddiqui, what are your thoughts on the entire process as far as just the whole low voter turnout? What are your thoughts?
I think, of course, normally by elections are often like that. The turnout is not as enthusiastic as if it were a presidential election or perhaps a midterm election. But looking at the momentum we saw in the process, we have thought that turnout will be high, particularly so. And I agree with you. Oftentimes, when turnout is low, the establishment tend to benefit from that because it is the source in the turnout, new voters, let's say, or new voter or the anger to show change tend to often be the push for the opposition. So I mean, while it is a little too early to call that, but I think it's not a good sign to see lack of voter at this point, because I mean we are taught that the opposition will angrily come up. But then again, let's be honest with you, the opposition strategy to go in splinter groups and stuff like that, but that gave a clear picture as to an opposition against the ruling party. Most of the guys there represent independent candidates, not I mean, with the exception against TMC in the MDR, no other political party in there. So sometimes the process, because the political party being there, popular base structure already there, and then finally, ultimately, as we have said all along the process, these elections, any elections for that matter, boil down to the ranking, the end game. Time like this, the ability to mobilize the people that turn out to vote become one of the most important things. Sometimes I think we tend to forget that. We focus more on perhaps the people that go on the days of the country. We want to carry the highest all of those things, but
The closing argument.
that crowd, that huge step into the vote become what will ultimately decide the election. Those who are able to turn that crowd, that's
So
some of the people that came out in the actual voters is where.
So, Chairman Ben, I'm at another police station and
Okay, go ahead.
about to put a PO on.
Yeah, go ahead. Ask us some question too. Yeah.
All right. How are you, ma?
I'm fine.
Your name?
I'm a Lincoln Wake commander.
The PO for this sector.
Yeah, PO for this.
All right. So, how is the process like for you?
But here the process is smooth. No problems since we came this morning. No issues have been raised yet.
Do you have representative of all of the 7 candidates?
I only have 5 representatives from them.
5 representatives. And among the 5, do you have Honorable Kokat representative?
Yeah, we have Cuba representatives.
What about you?
Any representatives?
CMC.
CMC is here.
All right. So, you said the process is smooth, no noise. Well, how do you look at the turn up?
The turnout is not bad, but they are very slow in coming. Since we came in the morning, we are met there with 2 ballet people, 600.
2 ballet people, which is 100 in total.
Yeah, coming gradually, very slow. Right after 2. Okay, now we are only there with 150.
So when you started?
Started around 8.
And when you intend to close?
For the putting law, it's 6 o'clock.
So it means when it reaches 6 o'clock, you will shut down.
At 6 we have to not seeing it.
So I think that's all for my end, Chairman Ben. Anybody get a question?
Samson, we as we're speaking, we're listening to them doing something in the background there. Can you show us the process that's going on there? So we're hearing somebody talking.
It's time for you to let people pack. So
Okay,
you have
good.
to read the series number on it so that the observers can hear it.
Very good.
That's why he is reading.
All right, yeah. Can we monitor that for a little bit? Is that okay?
So, okay. So it is not supposed to happen.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you.
Oh, wow.
That's fine. We thought if it's something that they can't do, that's fine. Don't worry about it. All right, guys.
So I'm going to the next destination.
Okay, thank you.
So that's in Saclay, what district of town is
This is the highway. This is the Sunny Quiddy Highway.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, so Ben, as you were saying, and it's concerning, that Nimba being a very huge county politically savvy, that participation in that regard will be this low, and so but then it just emphasizes the point that indeed there is no more a Prince Johnson. Prince Johnson is not in a race. Kota is not Prince Johnson. Edith is not Prince Johnson. And clearly, it seems as though for a very long time there may not be any other person, because upon doing this, people of Nimba would take upon himself to ensure that he wins, or perhaps he influence the outcome of the election in huge number to the people. They also see a lot as to the influence of the different political actors and the effect of the different endorsement by election.
Okay. Well, like Abu, you want to say something?
Chairman Ben, good to see all of you, man. But again, it's disappointing that the journalist or reporter is reporting that there's low tenor in Nimba. I want to attribute that to net. I think if there were much publicity done, I'm certain the people would have turned in huge numbers to cast a vote. But it is obvious though why it's true that the tenor is low, but it's obvious that by elections, the tenor is always low. You don't have most people participating in the process.
All right, thank you. Cyrus, you want to come in?
Yeah, Chairman, something.
But one thing I want to say, what they got, one thing I want to throw light on that has to do with somebody being a magistrate. The president was, according to one of our panelists on the show, our brother in a black shirt, talk about there is an allegation against one of the magistrates that he was instructed to manipulate the results in favor of the vice president. Uh, for me, I think that allegation is grave. Yeah, I think that allegation is grave. Noting that the process is ongoing, and short allegation have the proclivity to undermine the process. So we should refrain from that. It doesn't send up good signal for a platform like the closing argument, an independent platform for people to make those kind of statement. I think it's wrong. We should not delve into that. Noting that the process is ongoing, and this kind of election, there will always be representation both from the international community, political party or candidates representative. So I don't know how will the process be captured by fraud irregularities when the election has not ended. We got almost 3 hours to the closure of polls. So we shouldn't be saying this. It is wrong. Yeah, I think it's wrong. We should desist from that. Because doing so, you undermining the process. And so I think from my end, that's what I have to say, Chairman Ben.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think I agree with Abu in that regard. I think when you follow a network of this nature, sometimes it's good to confirm such information. When you have it, you don't, such information to be considered as alleged is not too correct, because sometimes. So I think it's good for the close sector to disclaim it that it does not represent the editorial judgment of view of the platform. I think that's important,
Yeah. Okay.
So
I mean, yeah.
the issue is yesterday this very platform went live in Nimba, I think in the Senegal area, and you saw the first batch of trainees that were trained to exercise this process. And it was unfortunate that you listen to them crying that they are being replaced with people who did not go through the process, people who were not trained. And I listened to, I think it was Spoon. I listened to the same thing coming from district number 6 in the Tapeta Bell, sending colleague Belige, that the magistrates have replaced them with people who were not trained. So this is the same platform that they use. That's why I made a statement. And Abu is coming from a political party perspective, so he will do everything to protect their magistrates. But I listen to guys, I listen to the children that were trained, and they raised this concern. The recordings are there, So it is just the fact, it is just the fact. And the chairman, Jeremy Bensavi, asked a question initially as to what is responsible for the low turnout. Obviously, by elections can be the same as real elections, but for this election, for this identical by election, one of the factors responsible that I want to highlight is the messaging. Most people now believe that the fact that Jeremiah Kun is supporting Honorable Koga, it's a done deal for Honorable Koga, and it weakens the other people who will want to go and vote other candidates, but they will already be saying, but the vice president has said, no matter how it goes, Kun or I call Honorable Koga will win the thing. And he was very emphatic when he said this during the campaign. He said in District 8, he said people should not waste their time. Orokoga is going to take it. He said it in District 4. He said it in District 3 in Campley. So this statement, in my mind, is responsible. And apparently, so guys who are even for Koga will say, but the vice president said Orokoga will win the thing, so there's no need that will even go and vote. So people are just reluctant by that statement.
Thank you. Okay. Well, guys, we're gonna be watching. We're gonna be watching and seeing what happens here. There's a lot that's gonna be unfolding in the next couple of hours. We don't know if we're gonna be able to make a projection. Depending on the timing when the poll closed, depending on the influx of data that we will receive based on the analysis from our election headquarters. The people, the thing for me is we're gonna have to watch the trends, right? We're gonna have to continue to watch the trends. We're gonna continue to see where those votes will be coming from, who in whose benefit or who favor those votes will be aligning to see before we can be able to make any kind of projection. Let's also be very clear that the National Elections Commission is the only authority cloth with the responsibility to project, or to announce a winner of the election. All that you will be hearing on various networks will just be projections. It will be based on the analysis and the data that they will be able to get from the field. We know very well that the different poll watchers out there, observers out there, international observers, national observers. So we're going to be waiting to see. But so far, something that I have gathered from the conversation so far is that the process, yes, it may be slow. People may not be voting as they should, but the process is peaceful. That's a huge plus. That the process is peaceful. The process is going on at least on the conversations that we've had so far. This is not a total representation of what's going on across the county, but we also have not heard any major issues from across the county. So that's a plus to the people of Nimba, to those who have decided to go out there to exercise their exercise. Now, I will say this though, Sidike, maybe you can come in later from that angle. This notion about voter apathy, this notion that people are tired of voting, people are not happy with maybe they feel disenfranchised. I think that okay, yeah, they think that people are feeling disenfranchised. The thing is, and this is about electioneering, right? You gotta keep voting. You gotta keep voting. You can't say, listen, whether you like it or not, somebody will win tonight, and that person will represent all of your collective interest. So if you don't vote, it means that you're actually voting for the person that you don't want to see get elected. And that person will make decisions for the rest for your life for the next 8 years. Let's not forget that our senatorial term are 9 years. I always tell people, if somebody gets like Prince Johnson, there are some children who were born in Nimba. They don't know no other senator but Prince Johnson. They're adults, right? Prince Johnson had terms as senator. He had just won his third term. So that's 18 years, going on 19 years. That's a child being born and becoming a grown man or woman. They only knew one senator. That's how important these positions are. That's why, as we engage, we look forward to constitutional changes. We look forward to referendum to see if we can bring this tenure down so that people can not feel like they are holding or they're attached to one elected official for a lifetime. But with that being said, I don't know what your thoughts are, but again, like I said, we are happy that things are going smooth. That there's no violence, even though there seems to be voter now. Samson, do you
Hello,
have something to
Jonathan.
say?
Yeah, so I came to Hope Community School, Hope Christian School in Hope Community, somewhere around the highway. But then the PO is saying that I'm not allowed to do a live recording from here. I don't know. It's strange.
Oh wow. Why
Yeah,
is he
this is
saying that you're not allowed to do live recording?
myself. I kind of confused because all of the areas we visited, they allow us within doing coverage. But then he's saying, yeah, we cannot do it to his place.
Are there observers there?
Yes, I'm seeing yourself. I see all of the rooms, and I have to off my camera, but then you will
Yeah,
hear me talking.
okay, take a break, go and get one of the observers to come on, and then let's ask the observers what their thought process and why are they not allowing people to have cameras there.
All right.
Yeah, that's a little strange, but Sidiki, so like I was saying, man, I mean, we sense that it's peaceful. We sense that people, yes, the turnout is low, but that's most important is peaceful. But again, whether two people show up to vote or whether five people show up to vote, whether 100% show up to vote, a senator will get elected tonight, and that senator will represent all of the people of Nimba County, right? So I don't know the strategy of not voting. If it's the best strategy, I think we need to focus on reducing the terms of our senators, of our elected officials, to be able to get them to be a little more competitive and to want to do the work of the people a little bit more. Because somebody like Koga, think about Koga. Koga has been senator for 13 years. I mean, representative for 13 years. If he gets elected tonight, that's another 8 years that he's going to be senator, right? Like I said, there are children who are born, they don't know other representative of Koga, right? So these are very important statistics that we have to take into consideration. So I don't know what your thoughts on that. You muted. You muted.
The initial, the first press briefing from the chairperson of the election commission. To a larger extent, she alluded that indeed the process started, and so far there haven't been any form of violence, and everything was peaceful. While she identified some late start in some parts of the country due to other late opening of homes, but in a general sense of things, I think everything has been peaceful, normal, everything, and the police presence too have been very effective in ensuring that the process is smooth and composed. But then again, it comes
I
back.
have on camera one of the observer, so I'll be talking to three of them. One from
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, talk. Yeah,
you getting me?
yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead, Samson. Dominic George, you want to take it from here?
Yeah. Samson, you live? Well, I just spoke to the campaign manager for Madam Conglo, Mr. Yato. He said he's gonna call for one of his. He's making his round. He's gonna call, but I told him what our reporter observed, and apparently I don't know, but I think he was shocked to hear what I told him. So he said he'd be making rounds at the various polling stations. I told him, he said, well, it was live, and he was at the station at the polling point, and when he said that there's nobody from either Conglo's camp that was there, and it's live, so it's not like he'll be making it up. So I think he's concerned. I think he's making his round, but he said they are everywhere covered by the gate. I can't say isolated because out of 681 polling stations, I think, like Ben said, you should have prepared long before that time. Have logistics, everything in place the day before, and get everybody deployed. And whether they have the per diem or the lunch, everything should have been there, and so forth. Like when is the Dillon campaign, Dillon election? It was so organized and it was so prepared to the extent that the people have food carrying it around to the various stations for all the poll watchers and so forth, observers. And at the time, the government, the CDC government, I think they surrendered before the result come out. They surrendered and said that they conceded because the campaign was a united opposition. That's the difference as compared to this one. You have split three, about 4 or 5% running against the ruling establishment candidate. So, but that's it. Well, let me ask a question though. Somebody just told me said there will be a lot of ghost voters. I mean, I don't know why you mean by ghost voters. Can you explain that?
You say what cause voters?
Yeah. Well, what do you call ghost voters?
Yeah, but if somebody tells you there will be ghost voters, then the person is telling you that the process will not be free or will not be transparent. That is to say, the process will be carried out by foreign irregularities, which in my mind not possible because you have representation of all of the candidates, polling centers. So how can it be ghost voters?
All right,
How would the
so I
person
have
or
representative for all of the
I'm not
candidates
sure.
here, and we can talk
Okay,
to
let me
them.
All the
from see.
When we
representatives.
talk to them.
Huh?
This is
Something, go
for
ahead.
CMC. How are you? What's your name? Which party you represent? CMC. Since when you been here? Since when you been here this morning?
Oh, I came here by 8 o'clock.
8 o'clock. And how was the process?
Oh, to be fine. The process is fine.
Fine. Fine. Were your opinion treated fairly?
Yeah, the country is fairly accepted. And
All right. So, and how do you observe the process on being slow? Is it slow or fast?
people are not following, so the process is okay because you can see the center following the photos, so it's fine.
So you mentioned that people not putting in.
Yeah, the center is
So no. So since today, do you think the people have cast up to 100+ vote?
oh, I'm not article in depth that being record or working with it. So I don't actually know how to put it. I know that the people that have voted, they are over 200.
The people that have voted over 200-300.
Yeah.
All right. I think that's it for my end. If anybody get a question for him, so we can leave him.
Yeah, something. Are you there?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, my brother, greetings. This is Kamara, Abu Kamara. Let me extol you for so far, executing aspect, whatever candidate, you representing their instruction. What have you observed so far? Because there's an allegation of folks who believe that elections will not be free and fair. Given your presence there, have you monitored anything fishy?
No, the money, no, nothing.
Huh?
Nothing like that.
Oh, okay. So thank you. Like, only question I got from my end.
So anyone else?
That's the
So
only question
something,
I got.
you have other candidates representatives there. Where are they?
Yeah. Who you represented? CMC. I wanted to talk to the EDF guy. The EDF guy. All right, says the EDF guy is in there. I think having his lunch. Let me talk to the guy from Coca.
Also, when having lunch,
let me-
then who can be watching for him? They got somebody representing him too.
So he's sitting in a room eating. I think they don't have replacement, so he's forced to sit in a room to eat.
Wow. When you take
Yeah,
half on that, then what happened?
So let me talk to the Coca guy. How are you? What's your name? Obida Pikeswa. Who you representing? Coca. Since when you been here today?
Since 6 o'clock this morning.
Since 6 o'clock this morning. How the process been going?
Well, I've been going smoothly. No noise.
Satisfied with it? For now. Why for now?
Because I'm not
So, have some of your suggestions been accepted or rejected?
majority have been accepted.
Majority of your suggestions been accepted. All right. So, how do you observe the process? Is it slow or fast?
For now, it's slow because majority of people are voting up.
Yeah. So there's a voting up. Do you think people have voted up to 300% have voted here?
Yeah.
Because even more than 300%. All right. So I think that's it for my end. Anybody got a question for him?
No, not really. So go to the next person.
So I actually want to talk to the guy from representing the Elif camp. Okay, you from the Elif camp.
Yes.
All right. So this is a supervisor for the Elif camp from this place. How are you?
Okay.
What's your name?
Rufus and Kuna.
Rufus Kona. You the supervisor for this place?
Yes.
How is the process going?
The process is going good. We're not getting complaint. We're not getting complaint from the other people.
Okay. Do you think this election will be free and fair?
Yes.
You think so?
Yes.
From your observation?
Yes.
And is the process slow or fast?
Really, the process slow.
It's slow.
Yeah, because we're not getting.
Wow.
More than that?
Yes.
Okay. And but the process is kind of a little bit slow because people don't think. Since when you been here?
Since I've been here.
By which hour you came here?
I came by 6:30.
6:30 you been here.
Yes.
All right. And you were here when they opened the ballot pass and closed it?
Yes.
Okay. So you make any suggestion to the NEC staff?
The NDC staff, the only problem I get with them is they can call the ballot for people, then they stand it behind it, and they pull it down before when somebody enter inside, before they can go to the person. They will not solve it that. When the person enter, while you going to go vote, before you can call it, we stand it. But the woman from pulling place two, she pull it to not pull, then she stand it before she send it. And I told the people, I told my observer like inside there, to tell her to put stop to it. And that's all the that.
All right, so I think you listen to him. He just makes some serious point here that the next staff that are responsible for cutting the ballot paper can cut up to 4 ballot paper and just stamp it, and waiting for photo to come in. So I think if you have question for him, you can ask.
Yeah. So, what you raised just now, I mean, you told have you contacted your campaign officials about it to tell them what's happening?
No, not can hear. That just now other people bring food for us, we were eating, and other people from on the radio station they were interviewing me, but I told them, but I never tell them about it, but I was waiting for the NDC staff from the general staff to come and interview us before I can raise a point.
But you got cell phone. I thought you guys should be in contact with your headquarters or your party office. You guys are in touch with nobody there?
Most of them they are busy.
Busy?
Yeah, I can say since this morning that only I can say 3 or 4 person have visit up. But when I went there, the police place 2 men when we were trying to go urinate, when I decided to go replacing inside, I saw the woman who doing the NEC job. She called almost about 3 to 4 people. She standing behind it before somebody can come inside to give it to the person to food. So I was not really wanted to do the resistance to do something because I wanted for the polling center for Hubert Kennedy campus to be free and fair. So for that reason, I wanted to do the resistance. So for that reason, I wait for my district coordinator to come, and the district coordinator I remain mute for the district coordinator to not know about it. Then from there, the person who I was replacing, when the person come on urinating, I had to tell him, I say, you must raise the points that when somebody want to come vote, call the people, you stand behind you, give it to the person. But you will not sort of call the people, 3, 4, 2, then you stand behind you before you give it to the person, it will begin serious problem. Because now all the net people, they are people, they candidate. Yes. So we know how the net people can operate, and we know how other people can operate. So for that reason, I told him, but he's saying work on it. He finished working on it already.
Wow, you're raising some serious issues, and I think if I were you, you elevate it to you elevate your concern to your bosses or whoever in charge of you guys. Let them be aware, but then also and something.
Yes.
The NSC person he talking about. Can you find that person so you can talk to that person? Find out what he said.
So this center have been a hostile to media coverage. The first thing when I came, I asked for the PO. I met a PO. The PO said I can interview. I can talk to the people, the observer there, but I'm not allowed to take camera to put it among the place that people will be passing to 240. I won't talk to them. I think in the place I talk to them. No voting taking place today, particular place. So I have to draw them away from the building to talk to them.
You're a journalist. He can restrict you. You're a journalist. You're doing your job.
He rejecting it. First of all, he rejecting it. They are rejecting it.
Oh,
you are clear.
But she says, I recall my man who inside who observing, I already talked to him when he come outside to eat. I tell him, I say, oh, you finish addressing the issue. I tell you, he say yes, you finish with it already. So it's not a point again for her to do one or two things.
Something when post somebody do nothing, you put it on camera. Let us see that. Let the world see what person doing. Put that person on camera next time. Expose that person who trying to restrict you. Yeah.
He said the observers who are here, if you want to talk to many majority stay. And also I was kind of shocked because all the places are there. I interview the observers and next staff. But only these places being hostile to media. I think they did it to spoon, they did it to focus on Liberia too. Not too long. They got from focus on Liberia, just inform me too that they did it to him.
Yeah, you sort of get the person name, the person who do not get a name and the information, so that we'll call them out. We'll call that person out. You know, get the person's full name and we'll call them out. If possible, you get a picture that will point out for what he's trying to do. You know.
All right.
Yeah, where Maya is Maya on?
No, Maya is now with me. I'm somewhere around the highway. Maya, I think is Sake PA. He's now with me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, my
Do you have any news as to what's unfolding in Ganta?
What?
Do you have any information as to what's how's the process going on in Ganta?
As it relates to
turnout, as it relates to turnout, as it relates to peace.
So the turn up in Cantor is poor. I think our life to few centers in Cantor is very poor, but the turn up in lower Nimba is impressive as compared to upper Nimba.
So lower Nimba, who are the people that dominate that era?
Lower Nimba is Complete, is Sanikwele, is Yekepa, and Bucho.
That's all the power to hold
And which one of the candidates are strong in that era?
So Ileveshkon in Sanikwele, but when it comes to Complete, Yekepa, and Bucho, la Koga.
Why are you so serious?
So, do you know where the candidates are right now?
So for Madam Ilef, she's currently at her home, trying to put things in place. And for Honorable Koka, he's currently at the Vice President farm.
But is there a way you guys can reach out? You can get hold of them?
Where?
They will not take interview. So that was the first place we went. we went there this morning to talk with Honorable Koka. In fact, Honorable Koka said if he was not even interested in media coverage while he was voting. And Mara Edith said the same thing this morning, that he campaign close, so she waiting on the process. If she have any concern, she will call on the media, but for now, she don't want to talk to press.
Okay, you guys continue. Let me try to reach out to them and see what I can get a word or two for them. So y'all continue, guys. I'll join you later. You're talking about election. You're discuss. I come right back.
Oh, but Timali, where you going? I mean, what you see happening? What you think?
Okay, for what I'm noticing is that first of all, the turnout, everybody says the turnout is low, and as a politician, if you are a political person, whenever people are complaining about the ruling establishment, this is where you I mean, you are live in America, okay, and you know whenever we just saw it recently in Wisconsin, in the when they had a special election for the Supreme Court justice in Wisconsin, and that's a place that it was competitive. If you look at it, the margin that Trump won in that era was very wide. But then, to our surprise, the Democrat candidate for the Supreme Court justice in Wisconsin swept it convincingly. Which said that the people said that they cannot buy justice. Then in the Florida era, in a Republican district that have never, I mean, that district have been a solid Republican, and Trump won that district, I think, by over 60 points. But you saw the margin was close. The Democrat candidates came very close. That shows that they were voting, showing the expression of the satisfaction on the ruling on the Trump policies that they started since he took office. So usually in election of this nature, you expect to see everybody complaining, opposition, say the ruling party is not doing good, complaining about them. But then you would think that they will come out to come and show the support and say, well, we want to send a message to them that we're not happy since they took over. We're not happy. But from what we're hearing, if our advisor opposition, I'll be discouraged right now. For the first, they turn out, and number two, the enthusiasm is not there, the momentum is not there. So I'll be very discouraged. You know, Siddiqui, you've been the thing before. You know, you have been involved in almost all the elections of that CDC participated in, and you somebody who I mean, you and I know come way back. So I mean, you can give your perspective, but what you're hearing and what you're seeing, it shows that opposition, I mean, is worrisome. You know, it's worrisome.
Yeah. But another thing, let me ask you, what do you think could be the issues that voter will be looking at when they go to the polls to vote? What do you think will influence their vote?
Well, you know, like I think Sarah or somebody said earlier, and Ben also alluded to it too. You would think that the candidates would have focused their message on the bread and butter issues. You know, like you get distracted by when you go personal and they make it a personal stuff. But if they are like, for instance, you're telling people, well, 2 years ago by this time, what was the price of rice? What was the price of this in Nimba? You know, something of that nature. You pinpointing something. Say, I mean, you compare and contrasting what has happened in the last 2 years as compared to the present day. This is why you should be talking about, you know. And then issue about Mittal Steel. Say these people been there for how many years? How many Nibayans can they show that they are working? What have they done? What is on the issue of the social corporate responsibility, the priorities? What have they done for the county? You should be raising, and I think election was more personal. It became a tribal feel going on, and then I think people lost the message. So perhaps the message did not resonate with the people. And like somebody said earlier, a few days ago, they said, "Don't forget, today is Tuesday. People go to market. People will tell you, say, well, people then when they finish voting for Unvo, then they go, they ain't seen it. I gotta go to my market. I gotta go on my farm." So and I think one of the things people will do, right? You have if you show your voters Make sure you get into the poll. Take that you have prepared logistics to carry into the poll. Two things you want to fight for. Make sure you get the elderly, those who you know cannot, they won't walk distance to go to the poll. You should arrange like get into the poll to go and vote. You need a vote, so you carry them. You get a bus, get some vehicle, get into the poll to go and vote. Make sure that once your voters are there, you show your voters that what matters, and you know, and you should organize. Well, we organize ourselves. Make sure that all our voters will be able to go to the polls, will carry into the polls to vote, and then at the same time too, like if you watch the during election, it was organized, coordinated, where the people have food. Even those who are voting, they could eat, they could even drink water. Everything, they were organized, and the poll watchers were there. They were on time, everything, you know. But for what I'm seeing and hearing so far, I mean, if I were in the opposition camp now, I would be like, oh my God, you know. But it's concerning though.
Yeah, what do you think?
Like, let me highlight what somebody said. Man, okay, the person said, Man Mary Congason. He said today that market day there, so that people are doing their business. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, so let me ask you, do you think the outside influence and the participation of non-Nimbarian people who endorse people who came from outside, do you think they will have any impact in the elections? I mean, considering the low turnout, do you think it will be a factor? It will help any of the candidates one way or other?
Yeah, Sidiki, you know, I think you raised the issue the other day. You know, in the politics too, you got to be, I mean, as a political strategist, first you would have done, perhaps you will send your people on the ground to check, to test the temperature of the atmosphere, temperature on the ground. Let me see what are the people, if they talk, if I'm from a party A, whether when we come on the ground, whether our presence here will be helpful to the candidate or not, or I mean, whether our presence here will motivate people, will inspire people. You want to check all of that before you move in that area, because you can endorse somebody and support them from a distance. Like in America, again, they watch it right next year, November, by this the midterm elections. What you're gonna observe is that depending on the president poll numbers, if Trump is polling in the low 30s by November next year, no candidate Republicans are want him on a campaign near them. They want him to keep far away from them. You know, we saw it during George Bush, saw it during Obama, we saw it again Trump, and so forth. Once the person, the ruling party, if their numbers are not, the numbers are tanking, you want to keep them far from you. If I'm a toxic person and I say I'm going to campaign for you, and if I'm not accepted, if I'm not accepted there, I don't want you. I want your support. I want your endorsement, but keep away. You know, because I don't want you to come and upset the people there. Like here, example, I won't call name, but during the last election, 2020 election, somebody they told me, say, I asked them, I said, but what's the person not yet? He said, look, if I try that thing right now, I will not win the election. Let me tell you right now, I try it. He said, but the person said, look, Georgie, you know what happened? At least the name that I carry, that part. But if I try, what are you telling me to do? If I try it, the result will be poor for me. It will be very sad for me. So the person, all I know, yeah, the idea is supporting me from a distance. That's what happened. And I think the same thing may be happening. So I hope they did their homework to check whether the people were welcoming to them, accepting them, or so forth. But either help the candidate or hurt the candidate, or turn people off.
Well, I mean, one of the things we had thought that the opposition would have done was to make the conversation about the election as a referendum on the broadcast government policies and programs. You think they were able to effectively do that, or you think that was an opportunity they missed along the way?
Let me let Sidiki answer that question. Sidiki, say you come in. Sidiki, answer that question, please. Help me.
Yeah, hello. You getting me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, I think the opposition made a mistake, especially now, result coming out that poll turnout for the by-election. And usually I think I made this statement a few weeks ago on the platform. The opposition should have collaborated, sent Ile as the only opposition candidate, but they failed to do that. And also, I can understand they said Mark from CMC, uh, Garrison Yellow, they are from the same tribe as Koga, so they are trying to kind of reduce his vote. So maybe that's the politics they are trying to play. But this low turnout, I think, is more in favor of Koga than the opposition. That's a mistake to the opposition made to kind of allow three different candidates to go into the race. Knowing fully well the government, they have the resources, and especially the vice president support. He's from the county. He's a senator there. He's a current vice president, been representative. So obviously he has some vote. He has some support there, influence. So I think the opposition made a mistake. And the point you try to raise about the outsider or the non-Liberian influence, I don't really think the people who are now registered member, in Nimba, or people who are not Nimbalian who endorse Ile, I don't think they have that kind of influence though. Apart from the political leaders or the different political parties leaders who endorse, because obviously those parties have a structure in Nimba County. But the independent voices we saw endorsing Ile, I don't think they bring anything to the table. But personally for me, I really wish she can win this election. But with the result coming up from Nima, the poor turnout, it's in the opposite, the government interest, which is Koga. But I think that was a mistake, but it already happened because today's the election. There's no way again they can go to say, look, you do this, you do that. But I think that was a mistake from the opposition end to not you know, support one candidate. And I listened to Brother Timolin trying to kind of compare, the Nimba by-election to the Maswarado with Senator Dillon. Maswarado is a most populated country in the country. That's a fact. And also you have people there that are so engaged with politics in Maswarado than Nimba. You see, so even there's a by-election today, they cannot turn out you see in Maswarado, you don't see that in Nimba. That's these are things that we should consider because you have people, the intellectual class, they stay in Maserati, they are involved, they know what it means if you don't go to vote, the implication you have when you are suppressing all of that. But people in Nima, somebody in Nima, like someone who made a comment saying that today's market day, some of them they don't really care because they've been voting for these people that life have not been able to change. So they just say, you know what, I'm going to the market, I'm going to do my business, I don't have time for voting, all of that. So for them, whether they vote, they don't vote, they are okay with the kind of life they are living. They don't know the implication, that has to do with them if they don't participate in the process. But for Maserado, people will kind of, even though not everybody will want to vote, but the percentage or the turnout will be more than what we're seeing today in Nimba. So basically, for now, I think whatever that is going on. And one of the things I wanted to raise too, I've been following the show yesterday and 2 days ago from the closing argument reporters, they've been coming on giving a lot of reports, and I think one of the reporters said they saw a lady in Nema who printed a lot of voting cards to sell to people, in order to get money and all of that. So that's the kind of problem too I think we have in Liberia, and sometimes we just look at the people who are elected into office, but I think we as citizens too, we have a part to play into wherever because why in this world you just go and print a voter card, just to sell it to make money. That money they gave you, whether $20, $100, whatever it is, right after election in a month, and that money will finish. And then you give the person an opportunity where they will serve for about 9 years. They get millions and millions of dollars at the expense of giving you just a few dollars. So I think these are conversations we should be having to kind of electing the people, man. You don't need to get yourself involved with that. Just go and vote. If you don't interested, you can stay home. But as it stands right now, personally for me, I wish either all the best. But the low turnout is actually because obviously the government will want to do everything they can do, but that can only happen if we have more turnout into the process, and then people coming or really having strong pull washer too as well. We should not overlook that. I hope she have people. And one of the things I would want to close on is also the people who left Monserrado, because I heard that most of Ile pool washers are people who are not Nimbalians. So she brought those people from Monserrado and other counties, and maybe too that can help her, because if those people they are loyal to her, trust me, they can protect whatsoever vote she has, because that's a key here. But at the end of the day, the low turnout, people coming up more or low, whatever it is, there will be election, and then there will be result that come out. Even 5 people vote, there will be winner, and then obviously there will be a senator into this by election. But it's just so sad. The opposition should learn from this. Going forward, no matter what happens, we can disagree, but this, we should not, allow so many candidates to go into any by election or any upcoming election again without collaborating, no matter what it is. But I can understand the tribalism stuff in Nimba, people trying to kind of trap Samuel Koga vote down small because of the tribe he comes from. No matter what happens, don't disregard that too, because those people they are too sentimental. They will say, oh, you know what, Mag is a man or Gil man, or Garrison is a man or Gil. So we definitely, so obviously those guys will take some numbers from Koga tribal background, because they all share the same tribe with Koga. So I think that's the only advantage Ile has into this process. Yeah.
Okay,
But
so
but let me ask you the question, Hamed, quickly.
yeah.
Hamed, okay, for instance, like you, like I said, you are a veteran of the elections and politics. So what would you have? Tell me, anytime if you are making the calls, what would you advise to if you're in, let's say I know you're not in Liberia now, but if you are in the CDC or place and position in Liberia, what would you have said advice to have gone because Yellow, Mike Blinwan and Edith also put the CDC in the last election, especially Mike Blinwan and Yellow in the first round in the runoff. Madam Ware joined. How you would have solved the problem? Bring the three of them together and then come together advise that put him more in the race to cut down the Geo votes or so. You think what would the best thing you think would have happened?
Well, I think as I indicated and suggested that CDC should have been a little more definite in terms of where it stood in these elections, because in that case you there's no losing aspect where if even you didn't put up a candidate, but if you were clear in the process, what happens is that you gain experience from there. So, for example, if CDC are come and say, look, we think we'll put our egg behind this candidate, it means that you reactivate your own political base in the country to know how much responsive they are since after the 2023 elections, to know how much more influence and popularity you get in there. But more than anything else, it gives you valuable lessons after the process if your base did not respond the way you want to respond. Like right now, you cannot really claim a lot of things from there in terms of where the base went, how the base responded to your call, whether the base stay in tune with you. So I would have advised from the initial stage to something. Either you go in 100% in terms of giving a clear endorsement if you don't want to put a candidate, or you completely set off the process and just be neutral. Because I mean, the essence of these by-elections sometimes is also to reawaken your political machinery in the county. It gives you a chance to see it, whether the grassroots are still in tune with you, to what extent they can go, and all of these things are really critical, because especially when the thing became on a tribal base, you want to know what level of influence you still have on your base. So I thought that was a chance missed to know those things, even if you did not win the election.
Siligi, I
All
think
right.
something want to say something.
All right, so I'm at another polling center, and I will be talking to the CFOs who are here.
Yeah, go ahead.
How are you, Chief?
I'm okay.
What's your name?
My name is Marcus. No,
Marcus Norm. Who are you representing?
I'm representing the party MDR.
NTR.
Yeah.
Since when you been here?
I've been here since 6 o'clock this morning.
6 o'clock. And how is the process?
The process here is very well, going on very well. The voters are coming in slowly, bit by bit, and they're going out in peace.
So the voters can pull you experience your voting up?
Yes, from the starting, they were coming in fully, but in our setting, the kind of election, people slow down because it's not general. So from 3, they are coming in, and you can see people coming in with motorbike, voting and going out.
And so far, have you made a suggestion to ADC?
No.
You don't have any problem with their process?
No problem.
So you have not made any suggestion?
No.
All right. So I think that's it for my end. If anybody have question for him.
Yeah, you got a question for him?
No question.
Okay.
All right. So let me no questions. So thank you, Chief. Okay. Let me talk to the other guy from the ELF camp. Let me talk to him. How are you? So he's representing. I'm about to talk to one of the EAs of the whole. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine.
What's your name?
I'm Jerry Kofa.
Jerry Kofa,
Yeah.
representing.
Representing Eden Bongo.
All right. So how's the process like this after the?
Yeah, the process is smooth. Everything is going smooth, but the tenor is not as huge as we expected it to be.
Okay.
Yeah, like for many people didn't turn out to vote, but we still observing the process. Because at times some people can say they're waiting for last minute to town, and but then money process of queue everything. When we're not like as the tenor we're not encouraging.
So has there been any issue between you and the ADC staff?
No, not really.
Was there any suggestion made to them since today?
No, but we had our complaint filed in just a minute ago.
What was the complaint?
The complaint was there's a guy bring ID card to vote, and the ID card was duplicated.
Oh wow!
So we scan the ID card, and then our one Sicilians, and so we is 47 is a Kumba female, and a male bring it to vote. But the police were able to handle the issue, and I think the judge has got that into the police station.
All right. So did you make a follow up that he was escorted to police station?
Yeah, I did do because the judge point on back. Okay.
All right. And apart from that, no other concern or issues you experience here?
No, not yet. Until further move.
So I don't know if anybody have question for him, but he just raised a serious concern that one of the photo was duplicated a photo card, and he was arrested. When they scanned a photo card, they noted that the voting card belongs to a female who is 47 years old. So if you have question for you guys.
I have a question, but it's for Simpson.
All right, go ahead.
My question to the guys, is,
yes.
After you observe this, have you informed your party or your head, your bosses about this?
I was just taking note on it as when the generally came for interview. I was taking note on it. So after that, then I will place call to them.
Okay, that's good. Go ahead, Siddiqui.
Yeah, something.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes.
Yeah, so today we saw a post on Facebook from different media outlets alleging that Jeremiah son Yekezi, who ran in District 10 in Maserado, voting in Nimba. Is that information true?
For that, I have not verified yet, but what I know is Honorable Yekesi is in Nima County in his hometown, District 8.
Yeah, because I've been seeing that information that he's, they allow him to vote because he ran in District 10 in Yeke District.
Yeah, I know he registered in District 10, but he have not. I have not verified that information yet. But I know that he registered in District 10 and he voted in District 10. But then he's here in the county. He been here since Friday in the county, and I cannot verify whether or not he actually voted.
And one of the issues,
Okay, thank you.
as I was taking a tour, I saw Tropeki coming out from Jackie Hotel.
All right.
With sticker on a cars. Yes.
Sticker of who?
Of a key.
He perfect key carry a sticker on a car.
Yeah, all on a car. So I don't know what it may harm or because I believe that campaign finish.
All right.
And probably it can be the influence over voters. I saw the car coming in the front with sticker all around it, black Jeep. And I saw him, he's a him perfect key or he's a.
But you also notify the police. The police and all these things are happening. You all document it. If possible, take pictures and have so tomorrow you have evidence. You know, so tomorrow you have evidence.
I was like distant, but I saw I was distant for him, so there was no way to take picture.
So, what's your general view about the process? You think it's fair? You think it's free?
But now, for my observation, is free and smooth going on for now. Until order, but for now it is free. Smooth going.
Thank you. Okay, thank you so much.
All right, so let me see what I can talk to the police officers about what he just reported to us. Let me see who is in charge of the police here to talk to one of them concerning it. If possible, I will make my way to the Canton police station to make further inquiry on it. Where is the police officer? I think the police officer left the scene. I think they took the guy to the police station, but I have to go there to make further inquiry on it.
Well, once the guy not vote, he's not allowed to vote. That what matters. Since he was taken from the line, escorted, that what matters. Since you're trying to be a fraud, that's what matters. So that's a good news at least.
All right.
So, Timberlake Josh, what do we know? Finances are critical for any electoral process and all the kind of thing. But with regard to this distribution of money, what impact? What you think that will have in the election, if any? Money. What do you think the impact money will have in the election in terms of inducement?
You know, Ahmed, people are vulnerable and they gullible too. You know, because of the poverty, people get enticed by this kind of stuff, and some of them don't know that just for that moment, because so many people give you money after the election ends, you won't see them again. You only see them in an SUV passing by you, waiting for the next election cycle to come and play you. You know, so, but like somebody said, Mr. Comey said, you keep doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results. That's exactly this. Because if I'm a voter and like I'm trying to put a video up, I hope Mine and put that video for me. I see some young people in Nimba complaining about one of the district representative that since he took over, they're showing the place, they know the school campus, they did everything that's being left destitute, and nothing's happening there. Like, they show you the example. You like these people thinking that receiving the money they're receiving in the House and the Senate there, but then nothing to show. So they complain now. But instead of complaining, Obama will say, "Go vote." When Obama is campaigning, when they start booing, he say, "Don't boo, go vote." You know, instead of complaining, go vote. Don't wait. You complain about this that a representative you have voted. He's not doing nothing for you guys. He's a banner you, but yet and still, you guys are complaining. It's the time to go and vote and send a message to him. You know. To guy he support, depending whose side he supports. So it's very I'm against the people sharing money openly, giving to people is wrong. You don't see it happening in America yet. People giving, I think, besides where that man was doing, but he was doing it a different way. But it's people openly sharing money to people. I mean, if I'm a voter and I see you giving money, you are not giving to me before, only because I come to your campaign, election rally, I will not take you serious. I will take that money and go and buy food for my children and do something with it. I won't take part. I won't. I will not.
Do you know the sign?
Yeah, I won't go and vote for you because I know you want to do it because you want me to vote for you now. You're candidate at that time, but I won't take you serious. But there's something you're doing regularly, like you are always giving people loans, helping people with. You have a fund foundation that paying people school fees and doing other stuff. And when I see you there, I know you're serious because I know you're not in office, but you're doing these things. Now you get in office, you do more. But when I see that money, giving money to people, again, Siddiqui, it's all about the people, man, the people mindset. If Liberian people continue to vote this way they vote, I will feel it. I tell some people, I say, some of us want to tell you guys, come on the platform and tell you guys what we observe and tell you guys, give you guys some guidance. It left for you guys. And so now you guys are insulting us, but you somebody in America insulting the person. That person got a job, everything going for them good. Whether you vote for Peter or Paul, it doesn't matter to that person. That person go Liberia, they will live there, they will enjoy themselves, they will live their life, they build their homes there, they ride their car, they enjoy themselves. Then you'll be going back to them and complaining every day, but they won't complain. The only job is to guide you. Say, look, instead of voting this way, vote the right way. You people continue to use you guys. So Siddiqui, I'm against that money into politics. Welcome, Mr. Russell.
Mr. Russell? I think he's low.
Yeah, having the same problem yesterday again.
I think
if you're watching, you want to call and participate in the program, the number is on the platform. You can call that number, and we'll hear your thoughts and what you wanted to say about the election that's taking place. Call the number, and I have here one of Liberia's best political strategists, Hamid Fofana. I always tell people this man was one of the founders of the idea CDC, and today he serves as the national vice chairman of the CDC. The first youth, long before Coach Gina King came on the stage, you were the first youth chairman of CDC. So the man have gone through the ranks and files. So he participated in every election CDC I've been involved with. So yeah, I got to right people with him. Mr. Russell, he understands election. He won his council seat before. He tried the other time for mayor or representative. He have not been successful, but he understands the whole process. He know how it works. He know about campaigning and so forth. And they'll give you guys the best. You got the best on the platform now to help you.
So Timothy, you see why? Anyway, that welcome Mr. Russell. He just coming in. Perhaps he would like to.
I got a call coming. Hold on. Caller, go ahead, caller. You live.
Good morning, Mr. George.
Good morning.
How are you? My name is Robert.
Yeah, go ahead. You live on the closing argument. Go ahead. You live. I lost that person. Go ahead, Mr. Russell.
Yes, hi, gentlemen. How you all doing?
Good.
So it's about 4 p.m. right now in Monrovia. I just got off the phone with someone in Nimba, and they are telling me that things are calm, relatively calm. Voter turnout is currently low, but people are trickling in. There's a huge police presence across the county, and they're waiting until the polls are closed. I mean, folks are suspecting that in the next hour or so, there'll be a rush to various polling stations for people to cast their ballot. But for now, all day, things have been pretty calm. There have been no major incident to report. So that's good news. That's good to hear that people are exercising their right to vote and participate in these elections. And we are hopeful that at the end of it, this will show that this was a free, fair, and transparent process. So it's good. It's good news to report that things are calm and moving very orderly in Nimba.
So Mr. Russell, let me ask you, especially from the security standpoint, I don't know. Do you think the presence of huge police or deployment within a county, do you think it would have had any reason of creating fear for which people would say, look, we don't know why police here so much, but we think to be on the safe side, I'm not going to go outside, I'm not going to participate in it. My family, I just want to stay in there to be safe. Or do you think it provided some assurance that look, you can come up, you can you can vote? So what do you think it says? The police presence?
No, I don't think. I mean, yes, we do have police presence there, but it's not an intimidating presence. It's a presence that reassured the people that the government is working, that the National Elections Commission have put together a pretty robust process, and for some people, for sure, there's the presence of the police there. The presence reassures them that things are going fine. So I don't think in any way that because these are not menacing looking people with like guns, drawn, across their shoulders with bullets and all of that. I mean, these are just your regular everyday community folks that you see around. They just happen to be in a uniform, in the police uniform, and so there's a very calming process, and there's a calming nature to the presence of the police around. It's not an intimidating nature of it.
Yeah, I think. I mean, what Russell said. I think yesterday the Inspector General was on the ground and trying to give confidence to the community, the voters, that things will be safe and fine. And even if I was thinking that if the police even found somebody who was trying to engage in fraud, I don't think they should manhandle the person. Because you manhandle, it'll maybe put some fear, but if you arrest the person, take them out, quiet, take them, let people see you taking them out in handcuffs, it'll be good. So that when you are taking off in handcuffs, people will not try it. It's a deterrent. But I think the police presence there, I think, should give the people, it depends if like I heard the police inspector in general said that they are being engaged in community policing. That means the police and the citizens should be on the scene, on friendly. I shouldn't see a police now. I get afraid. You should build confidence in the citizens so that when they see you, they feel relieved. It shouldn't be like trying to see police and you get afraid. The presence there, even one police officer present somewhere will deter people from trying to do mischief. I have somebody in line. I mean, bring the person in line. The person just call. Go ahead, caller. You have 1 minute. Go ahead, caller.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, talk a little louder.
Yeah, okay. Here's the thing. My concern here is
What's your name and where you calling from, please?
my name is Sai. I'm calling from Atlanta, Georgia.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. My concern is that the low turnout, people are suggesting most often the low turnout tend to affect the opposition than the government in power. But for Nimba, I don't see it as such. And the second thing, again, I want to raise, people are suggesting that the decision by the opposition, more especially the biggest opposition, the CDC, by supporting three candidates in a race was not a good thing. But here what it is, the Nimba County is being structured in a regional section. The Booyah Kingdom area and that of the complex belt, these are the highest GUO, which is a down group of voting sites. And seeing garrison coming from over there, it would be of great help. And seeing migration coming from the other side, which goes down towards the Capitan side too as well, would be of great help. Removing them from there and giving them the support to eat it, it would have triggered all of the guys from the GUO belt not to vote in that direction, but rather take all of the vote and give it. And there, that was a safe strategy as well. So, take for example, the poll turnout in that region of the GUO belt. Who you think staying away? Who you think coming to vote? The other way, the other Garrison who is suggesting that he's going to be the one that will win. He won District 3 the last time. He came neck to neck in some of the other districts with the incumbent vice president. So let nobody rule him out. All we hope for is that to see the minor towns carrying more people to the polling site. And what I see happening for Ganta, so that should be you guys' next chance to look well what the turnout, compare the turnout from the Q and the minor side. The minor side does not have the number as such. So if that turnout on that side is that poor, then it's a loss. It's a lose for it. But if the turnout is huge as compared to the turnout on the Q side, something might happen different. So it's a two-way street. So let's look at it from that standpoint. But I don't think Fury Garrison and that of Mike was a wrong decision. That was the right decision, and it will take away a lot of votes. We only hope that the minor side carry more voters to the polling station on today. If not, then there will be a change. That's my own take.
Well, thank you. In the next 4 hours, we're gonna see whether he's right. We're gonna see in the next 4 hours whether he's right when the poll should have closed. We'll see whether he's right. But the way he's talking is like, it's like you're fighting war. So you attack from this side, attack from that side, and like, okay, you attack from this end, attack from that end. Then we'll corner the other guys. But politics, I mean, again, maybe if that strategy was right, we'll see in the next 4 hours when the results start coming in. We'll find out whether it was the right strategy. But again, somebody just told me just done that people are going to do business. People will start coming in. Like right now, it's 4 o'clock in Liberia. People believe that the people will start going to the polls maybe by 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock when they're coming from the market. The people gonna hustle first. Go sell the market first because the people saying plenty in the town. I mean, look at this way. The town right now Nimba Park. So if I get a shop, I get a business, and my business can ball. You think I'll go for right now? But I need people to come and go with some people voting today. They're gonna sit down somewhere and chill. And I've been in before, so a lot of spots there, people now buy drinks, they're chilling, and they put for in town, they all there chilling. So I want to make money. So some people say, well, that goes there because the people come in, people want to buy food, they want to buy this one. So that's said, when the pool go, somebody will say, Sonny, that make money, we're not going to the pool. So again, that's why it's important to transport your voters. If you show your voters, get them to the poll, drive them there. Because you want to make sure that, especially the vulnerable ones, the elderly, those who cannot and walk distance, you take them and say, those on here, we can pick up your suck out the money. Look, you get them breakfast and all. Politics, that's not joke. You get them breakfast. Get them breakfast. From there, you put them in a bus or in a car. You take them to the polling booth to vote. When they finish voting, you get them lunch. Then I go home. You drop them back. I mean, all the things part of the game. You won't win. You gotta be intentional. Be desperate. Like you really want it. I mean, you put everything to it. But if you ever relax it,
so tomorrow the vote compromise la vote or the food you giving
the idea, right? If I my voters, I'm sure my voters, right? I want to make sure that they instead of you say me, I go in a house on to go vote right now. I'm hungry. Take care of them. Then they go. When it's somebody for to go and vote, you bring them back. But man, the politicians the distance and far right now. Something driving now for 1 hour 30 minutes to go to another place. Okay, because it's a distance. Not just. I mean, they can talk to me. Russell can talk. They've been anything before. They know what.
So yeah, I want to ask Mr. Russell. I want to ask Mr. Russell because he has been on both sides of the process. He has been a candidate, and he also been an organizer. So, as a candidate in this process, you go to what does it say when there is low turnout in a general sense of things?
I mean, we all knew that this would have been a low turnout. I don't know if we talked about it on the show or not, but usually, typically, by elections or non-president, outside of like a non-presidential election, there's always a low turnout. So that enthusiasm to get folks out to vote, it becomes critical. So the whole GOTV process, as we call it, get out to vote, it becomes critical, or what we say in Liberia, a ground game. So and from what I'm hearing, that Mrs. Ware team, they don't seem to have a lot of poll watchers around. They don't seem to have a lot of folks around monitoring the process. So that's scary. I mean, that tells me that she did not have a really good ground game. So so you going into any by-election, any midterm election, you can expect it to be very low turnout. So you have to excite your base. You have to get people out. And like Tomlin said, I mean, that's part of what we do. Is that you provide transportation for folks. You have breakfast. You have other little incentives and stuff to get people out. But all of those things had to be done prior to today. So that's all part and parcel of having an effective ground game. So having the transportation in place, having poll watchers in place, having people who are calling and checking on the different poll watchers and ensuring that there is a constant flow of new poll watchers, because you can only be there for a certain length of time because you get tired. Folks go out there. You have what we like to call a war room, set up somewhere, or some incident command center set up somewhere where you have drinks, you have food. It's very hot. And today, I mean, the weather is it's very hot. So like Tomlin said, you got to have water. You got to have all of those things there. That's all part and parcel of an effective ground game. In the absence of that, when naturally by-election, it doesn't matter where. I mean, usually have low turnout. So, I mean, this is to be expected. I talked about this on the show the last time. I mentioned this, that it's going to be a get out the vote, race. So whoever can get the vote out, whoever can excite their base and get them out, they're going to win.
I couldn't agree more than what you just said, Mr. Russell. Whoever going to excite a base, automatically that person will emerge as a winner. By elections in bro, and Sidiki knows about it. He has been around for a while. What happened is the National Election Commission don't really do much publicity. They don't really sensitize the public regarding by elections, because there are many things that create by elections: death, incapacitation, and are reasons that create by elections. So the electors at the moment are already aware of what causes by elections. So instead of wasting their time to go and carry on sensitization, they rather capacitate their workers to go and conduct the elections. So that while I was annoyed when one of our friends that was on the show, he left, though he's not here, when he said the elections. He heard that instruction was given to a magistrate by the vice president. I'm kind of wondering, where did he get information from? Because you have political party candidates who are represented by people. At most of the polling places, sometimes you have 2 or 3 persons. You have two. I got another person here. You have. You have two or three persons assigned to a single candidate. So if somebody leaving to use a bathroom, another person going there. So that's how it works. And so, like you said, Mr. Russell, there is still time. Per my clock, we got 1 hour 45 minutes to the closure of pools. So people can go and assign a base. You can dispatch a team even across the county. Go and talk to the people that these elections are about you. Go and vote. Your vote counts. Why it's true, maybe previous leadership did not serve as they should do. It is also your responsibility as a patriotic citizen to cast a vote for whosoever you want the president to win. Because these elections is not about, let's say, it's not about a targeted number, single majority. one vote can declare you as a winner.
Abu,
Too many don't have like all kind of comment, man. Somebody say you are working behind a brother. So like election, they can't be wasting your time on that person. And I even know I on leave.
On the phone, somebody line. Go ahead.
Another thing I wanted, that thing they show.
1 minute, somebody line. That person.
Yeah.
1 minute. Go ahead.
Yeah, Sarah Joko here. I want to just chip in. I've been following a lot of.
Hey, CDC more. Hey, CDC will more pass you. Well, listen.
Stop it. Let me do one more. Stop it. Go ahead, Sarah.
Make me forget my thoughts. I've been following some of the things that are going on in Nimba since this morning, looking at some videos coming from there. The process overall is smooth, low turnout. I noticed there are some rumors of video. I mean, I saw a video of one of EDM's observers complaining that they denied them of entering the police station to observe the votes. I think in district number 9. If that is true, that is very concerning because every district is supposed to have from every party in the race to be able to observe, So if that is true, then that is a problem right there. And I think at the end of the day, it's going to create a problem. And also the concern about Prophet Keith voting is also a concern when he voted registered in district number 10. So at the end of the day, I just wish the people of Nimba all the best.
Prophet Q, as I did number 10.
No, not Prophet Key. Sarah, the
It's a
guy.
Prophet Q that you get. See,
a cool brother, but I don't know whether he's voting. I think they say he just in the county.
Whatever. Well, anyway, thank you for the correction. Well, at the end of the day, I pray that the people of Nimba, have a free and fair, transparent election. I'm seeing right now it seems to be that way, but we'll wait and see the results. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sarah.
So, Timothy, you see, in terms of what Mr. Russell said, he could also comment on that. On this issue of ground game, you see, those are some of the advantages political party brings along. For example, when you're an independent candidate, it takes you I think they got close to 720 polling stations. It means that in the minimum, if you are doing even one per polling station, you talk about 720 person, and it means people you are vetted people you can trust and all of those things. So, but when you're dealing with the political party that already got a political missionary on the ground, it becomes a lot easier to be able to recruit pool watchers, to be able to recruit people who are committed to that cause and go there. So sometimes when you go as independent, you have to work 2 times harder than when you representing or you're on a party ticket, because then the party could use its membership, could use its already structure within each district, towns, and so on to provide some of those support along the way,
Yeah, but Mr. Russell, share your thoughts with us, man. If you think about, if you are advising any of these candidates, whether on the ruling side or the opposition, what advice you will give the ruling party? What advice you will give the opposition? If you are advising them how to proceed in this process, in order to, because for me, I felt that some people said that the messaging was very important for the resonate with the people. Instead of spend most of the time on this tribal issue, they divide. I thought we were getting to the bread and butter issue, the core issue, compare and contrast and say, well, by this time 2 years ago, what the price of rice, what the price of this thing in the county? You bring the issue up, let them discuss things that they feel every day, that affect their lives every day, instead of just going through what they were doing. But I don't know. What do you think?
I mean, every election, folks look at it as, what is in it for me? How would the election make my life better? How is my life going to be different from what it was yesterday? I mean, so you have to be able to articulate those points, to the voter, to convince them, and to tell them why your policy or the policies that you're going to be pushing, why those policies are going to advance their lives, improve their lives.
Mr. Russell,
yes,
please give me a few minutes. I got it. The chairman, Mr. Yato from the EDF campaign on live. Go ahead, Mr. Yato.
Tommy George.
Yeah.
We were prepared for months, knowing that NEC will join the government in denying us the right to put forth our case to Nimba County. NEC has illegally instructed. I told you, oh man, for months we prepared for this. We have deployed over 1,400 people. For what NEC has done against the rules, there is absolutely, and I will challenge them to show me that you only need a voter card. You need identification, a driver's license, or national ID will suffice. So what NEC is doing is that they're telling our people that if you don't have a voting card, especially when you know that our folks are from outside of Nimba County, we will not allow you to be a poll observer. There is absolutely nothing in the rule that says that. We are going to be, look, I'm going to Charles Elementary School right now. I will go around Ganta and I will show you that we do have pool washers. No other organization has produced what we produce. But we know that the Vice President and NEC has instructed the folks. That is the reason why you're here. We don't have anybody. It's because NEC is depriving us. They are saying that our people must have a voting card. What rule says that? So just give me another 15, 20 minutes. I will go and I will challenge in front of you for you to see. Let them show me in the rule where it says that you must have only a voting card to be a pool washer.
Wow. So is this happening to all the stations or only few?
Everywhere you see where there's no pool washer, Tomali, is because they have deprived our people, and because I've been so busy with everybody calling me. Look, we worked hard. Just from Bon County alone, we brought 400 people from there. Nimba County produced almost 800 people. There are only about 262 polling centers and about 736 polling places. We do look in Ganta where we challenge the rules. We have 2-1. No one has better organization than we have. But what they have done, when nobody is there, they have told us, oh, by the way, you can't be a poll watcher because you don't have a voting card. Is that what the rule says? Or the rule says you must have an ID to say that you are Tomali George. It didn't say voter registration is not even a valid ID. National ID card is a valid ID. Passport is a valid ID. We don't use voter card to go and identify somebody. So NEC has now instructed its people to go ahead and deprive Edith of the way. And we knew this all along. So we're going to protest. Wow. It is good the county have not started. And that is what NEC have done. Because they have the instruction of the government to deny Edith. What's going on? And I understand that the chairperson of NEC was in Nimba County to instruct our people. So if that's the rule they're going by, then we'll challenge that rule.
Wow. Mr. Russell, Ahmed, any question?
Yeah, quick question. So as it stands now, will you accept a result out of these elections that
there's no accepting of results? I'm going on every radio station now to show how the NEC chairperson and Kong has connived to deprive us. We're not going to take it.
Yeah, so I agree.
Send somebody to the South Center, and you will see that we're ready to contest. We are ready to challenge them.
So, in other words, you will not accept the result of this election and it's not in favor of your candidate.
What kind of results? There will be no accepting of result, not accepting of result. I'm telling you, before we count, we will challenge that. There will be no counting. I will guarantee there will be no counting. We will not be denied the right to participate in the counting process. So I'm telling you now, we'll start. We're not going to go to court. We will challenge them. Then there will be no counting. Because until they show me in the NEC rule that you must have a voting card to be a counter, we will not accept it. And we will sit there. They will have to throw it out. And let the police show me in the NEC rule. They're enforcing a law that is illegal.
Wow. Mr. Russell?
Yeah, so is the police that is enforcing that, or is it the NEC that is enforcing that?
Oh man, it's NEC. The police, if you see how they're not even fed. Okay? The police don't know the NEC rules. Okay? Yeah. I'm telling you that NEC
that's what I know.
To illegally stop us from participating in the process. Because they're instructing their supervisor to do that.
Wow.
And hold on for a second. A T-Max. What is a NEC officer? What police center is that? Speak loud. Now, let me explain. The people were 8 years, 2 girls left. They said they're not well. So by rights will be 2 to each of the room. So 2 persons have been denied. They said, I don't have voting ID card. So we call record out to send additional 4 persons to be. No, I'm coming there. Don't send nobody there. I'm coming there. Because guess what happened? There's nothing in the rule that says you must have national ID card.
So it's an ID card or the observer card.
Voter registration.
The voter card, because that gave accreditation of voting to observer. Is that what they're talking about, or you mean the actual?
No. We have
No,
all
but-
accreditations.
Yeah.
Your accreditation must be matched by a voting card, a voter card, not your ID. And no rule says that. We don't recognize voter cards ID.
Yeah. Okay.
You must show that you have the right to participate through your ID. I want to identify you as Somali George. And where do we go? Don't we go to national ID cards? We go to passports. We go to driver licenses. We don't go to voter card. We know the fraud in the system. So they're turning back on us and say, oh, by the way, the voter card now is a national ID. We have the tax. And I've told you, we double up. For every polling place, we have 2 persons. So they're denying our people so that if somebody leave and they go for rest, we always substitute them. They say our substitute cannot participate in the process. So when you hear, they don't have that line. Oh, man, wow, I will be right here. And I'll be right in District 1. And I will sit here and I will not have poll places. Everywhere I've gone, I've told them, we're here to abide by the rules. But we challenge the rules. We're not going to wait for a court case. There will be no counting tonight in any police that deny us.
Okay, so let me ask you this now. So let us be clear. So you're saying that there are some voter suppression going on in Nimba that not allowing you.
No. There's no voter suppression in our opinion. The voters are free to come and vote.
Okay.
Everywhere I've gone, nobody has told the voters. What they have suppressed is that you do not want us to be in the booth where if there's fraud going on, we won't know about it.
Okay.
They are denial of our rights to participate as a candidate.
Okay. All right. Okay. I thanks for the.
Nobody is suppressing voters.
Okay.
But they're denying us.
Okay.
So when you say, they don't have voter here, is because NEC has instructed its people and say, oh, by the way, we are going to say they must bring voter card. Well, we got people from out of the state that don't have voter card, but they got national ID. And NEC has the right. If you don't have an identification to identify that you're Jerome Gilman, then you have no right, because we don't know what is the voter, the credential is only a piece of paper that you write your name on, your candidate is a number, and they record that in NEC's office.
Okay, let me. I understand. Let me ask you this though. Let me ask you this now. What do you say to those who will say, okay, now you already throwing in the towel. This is just you just already throwing in the towel. You know that you have not won, so you're coming up to try to raise an issue. To sort of rationalize why you didn't win this election, why you didn't do a good job to make Mrs. Ware win this election. So you're coming up with all of these things that have no basis. I mean, what do you say to that?
People who obviously know nothing about voting or the process of voting. Have I said that the voter? I said there's no voter suppression.
I understand.
People decided, okay. But those are people who don't understand how voting process works. I'm saying to you, we are not going to allow them to count any ballot if we're not in there. We have a right. We have the tag that NEC gave us. If they want identification to say that you are Emmanuel Toh or you are Tamale George, we will produce it. And the only form acceptable to the government of Nigeria is a national ID, is a passport or a driver license.
Okay. Now, have you told the NEC about it? Have you filed a formal complaint?
I complained to you, and I'm physically going to the station now, and you will talk to the man. He will show me in the book where it says that to be a poll watcher, you must have a voting card. I will call back in, but I'm saying I will dispel the rumor that we do not have an organization. We have the best organization with no money. We have massively flooded the area with volunteers. The first time in the history, that we run election. Even the Taylor campaign, we had money. He didn't have absolutely no money. We had contributions from people we appreciate. But you know what? We got something they don't have. We have absolute commitment. Look, Ganta, I did my survey. I asked people after the vote, and I know how they vote. I will guarantee you in District 1, we'll beat them 2-1. I will also tell you that we will not win District 4 and 5. But I know that Garrison, you know what Garrison has? It's a leopard claw. He will scratch Coca in the face, and he will remember that position doesn't belong to him. All we got to do is win what we have to win. And the voter turnout will be 35%. Say, I say so. And it means nothing because guess what happened? In Muslim County, the highest turnout was 44%. When the president is out on the ballot, nobody votes. And they have a right. And you know the advantage we have over everybody else? The people that can walk within 30 minutes at the poll are voting. Nobody going to leave their village, their farm, and walk an hour or 2 hours to come to vote. Only when the representative and the senators and the president is on the ballot, where people will motivate them. So the low turnout will actually help us because our people were committed for change. Madam Ide Kogluwe has been the best she's put forth. Look, it's been an easy campaign. It's been made difficult because we don't have the money. But we have substituted that with enthusiasm. And the sacrifices that we have made is just unbelievable. If the people of Nimba County at the end says that they don't want her, they have a right to say that. But it's not going to be because they cheated us. That the government has calculated the way to cheat. Oh man, when a whole vice president will come and say, I will do everything. What do you mean I will do everything? Do you think after this election they've done life? Do you think you're going to...
I got question. I got question, I got question.
Answer question.
Mr. Yato, thank you for coming on the show. This is Abu Kamarad. I listen to you. And the reason why which you came on the show, you said that you feel the process is not going as it should be. Why it is true that I may not want to agree, why it's true I may not want to support anybody that will compromise the process because that the essence of democracy, people must have that will, the people will should prevail. But it's also fair to say that those who you did send to represent Mana Ile Gonglo, a senatorial candidate that you heavily supporting, that in order to be in that polling center, you must have had voter registration card. Because you that there representing that candidate, you have to vote. So that's what the law says. Are you aware of that?
There's no law that says that the man is a choice.
No, that's what the law says. As for presidential elections, you can send people. I come in, chief.
That's an absolute lie.
No, but that's what the law says. You must have a valid voter registration card and be a registered voter within that identical place.
What law?
Is that what the law says? Abu to be a poll watcher?
Because you can't prove it. To be a poll watcher,
Chairman Ben, I come in.
As a poll watcher, you do not have the vote. NEC has the right to deny you to vote, but NEC does not have the right to deprive you of watching the polls.
Let me tico, Chairman Ben, let me tico what I said. Let me tico what I said. Listen, Chairman Yato. Imaya, calm down, chief. Calm down. Imaya, calm down.
Yeah, but get him finish.
Oh man, you do not steal a falsehood on national TV. I trust, okay? I trust this station. That's why I'm coming on there. If I didn't believe you have value to add, I won't be coming on. So okay. As a person, who's a
but listen, Chairman Yato. You may not know me though, but I know you as a supporter of the ANC. Right? My point is, I've served. Listen, Chief, I serve a pool washers before as a representation of my political party, even during the past immediate elections. When you serving a pool washer, and the reason is just simple. Before the pool closes, the last batch of people that cast a vote are the pool washers. The reason for that is because they want to be attentive. They don't want the process to be seen as compromise. So if you are not aware, that's a formula. That's a formula. But again, I don't want to waste my time on that.
Wait. Yato.
I see why ANC can go nowhere because if you tell me
By ANC, man.
Wait 1 second.
I see why ANC is where they are. It's because of people like you, your mindset. Show me in the
By ANC, man.
That's what I'm about.
Okay?
By ANC.
I'm mad because it's people like him that caused this country to be where they are. Show
Okay.
me in the rules and I will relent.
Okay, Chairman Yato.
Why like everybody else?
This sentiment on all of these things, boss man. That's how it works.
I'm gonna send it, man. And you haven't said one thing yet.
Chairman Yato. Let's clear the air. This is very important. This borders on the line of potentially causing misunderstanding. I want us to be very, very clear. Abu, I'm not sure which law you are quoting. I'm not going to sit here and say because I haven't read the whole election law back to back. But what I do know, and except this has changed, but what I do know, you do not have to be. That's the reason why even when we were interviewing some of the people, I asked them. But I do know very well that you do not have to be a registered voter at a particular place to be a poll watcher. You have to be a registered voter to vote. If you are a poll watcher, if your party sends you, I
agree with you, Chairman Ben.
Because because
I agree with you.
This is very important. Because I know many times people can come and volunteer to be poll watchers. People will say, well-known people will come and say, you know what, today I'm a poll watcher for Dillon. I remember we did that thing during the Dillon time. Say I'm a
exactly.
Dillon. But all of the people who were poll watchers were not voters in those respective places.
But they have voter card.
No, you don't need a voter card. No, you don't. Because your voter card is only needed for you to vote. All you need is an identification and your poll watching tag. The officer at the polling center should be requesting your poll watching tag. That's why they can give all the poll watching tags to the campaign. The campaign has a responsibility to distribute the tags to whoever they feel confident to be the poll watcher. So NEC has no business whatsoever, as far as I am concerned, to the knowledge that I have, someone who has participated in Liberian election, who has chaired a national political party in Liberia. The National Elections Commission has no business denying any poll watcher because that poll watcher is not a registered voter at a particular location. That is not how it works. Because if that is how it works, you will not have people volunteering from Monserrato, from River Sets. There are people who volunteer from different places to say they want to be poll watchers for their county. So it's very important that we make that clarity. I don't know, again, like I said, I don't know if they have changed the laws, but I know the last law, you don't need, and this notion that the national ID card, there are several identifications. You have a passport, you have a driver's license, you have a national ID card. Yes, your voter registration can be used as a national ID card, but it's not the only national identification for you to be able to identify someone with. So I think NEC has a problem here.
Chairman, it is equally fair to say before the election comes or before the date of the election, NEC can ask for names of people you wanting to send a pool watcher. Isn't so?
No. You see, you're missing it. You're missing it. You NEC and Chairman Yato, you coming on in 1 minute. I just want to make it clear. NEC don't get names of poll watchers. No, they don't get names of poll watchers. What NEC would do is they will ask you. They have a set number of poll watching tags that they will give a campaign. They will tell you, say, we got 300 poll watching tags for this campaign. You have your listing. You would then go to the police. You will send your people with your identification and your polling tag. Sidiki, you know we've had elections in Liberia. Everybody go to the campaign headquarters to get their poll tags, and they go man the polls for the people. But I hear what
Sidiki, I mean, Abu, you're not allowed to.
Let me end. Oh man,
y'all let the man finish. Abu, please keep quiet. Let the man finish.
Let me end something, bro. And I apologize to Albert because, oh man, we are winning this election no matter what obstacle they put our way. The people have resolved.
Winning way again with nothing.
Abu, I will take you from the platform. You can't do that.
Abu, you can't operate like that, man. You can't already think you get that heavy lie and then you disrupt the man.
Let the man finish. The man is a guest. Let him finish on the line.
I said, hey, I'm going to school. That's what you had to say. The phone told in jail. If that guy do not show me, if the guy do not show me in the book, where it says that you must have a card, there will be no camping in a police center. They say they put you in jail. It's because of the misinformation. And that's where we get ourselves into trouble. I'm saying to you, NEC has the right to deny you. NEC gave you 1,500 tax. Okay? And no tax is lying. I will end this, and when I get there,
maybe with the situation.
When I get there, I will give you the supervisor at that polling center, and he will tell me where in the rule it tells him that you must have a voting card in order for you to vote.
Okay.
So I will talk to you in about 20 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you. Let's hear from Samson. Samson,
I'm live on the home of Malapie Komowei, and she want to talk to us, but then she said I should off my camera so she can just talk without the camera.
Yeah, no problem.
All right. So she want to.
Good evening, members of the closing argument and member of the public. How are you this evening?
Good evening, Madam Moya. It's good to
hear. Great.
We're
great.
Okay, so what's up? What's going on?
So Madam Moya, good, and it's good to hear from you. This is Chairman Senvi. Let me ask you. We receiving reports. We were just on the line with your chairperson, Chairman Yato, that NEC is denying some of your poll watchers the accreditation based on the fact that they are not registered voters at a particular polling center. I was just providing some clarity that as far as I am aware, that you don't have to be a registered voter at a particular location to be able to be a poll watcher. Can you speak to that and provide some clarity? Because you have participated in elections before. Maybe it's something I'm missing. Am I right that you don't need to be that and what NEC is doing is not correct?
You are very right, Senvi. You don't have to be registered in a particular location in order to observe the polls. And so, but strangely, this particular election has all kinds of strange dynamics to it. And that is just one of them. Early this morning, when our poll watchers were deployed, there were a couple of places where they were denied on grounds that they are not registered in a particular community to vote, and therefore they cannot be given access. Several places, several locations in District 4, some parts of District 5, and then there was a situation in District 6. As we speak, it has not been resolved to my knowledge. So my poll watchers have been standing out the door, and then I've communicated with some individuals at the commission, and they've told me that that should not be. It has been resolved. But I tried to call my supervisor to know whether they've allowed them entry. So these are things that have happened. As far as us having our presence everywhere, we've done our best to have our presence at every poll. In fact, in District 4, that has one of the largest polling places, I think about 87. We've covered that, and we have supervisors everywhere. It's a difficult terrain, but we've done our best to do that. The same in District 5, we have our presence everywhere, and then we also have our supervisors. So we are everywhere. There is no election without, some logistical glitches and challenges. But we've done well to have our poll watchers present at every poll as I speak, as far as I'm concerned. But again, there are propaganda too. So you have the Honorable Vice President and his propaganda machinery at work, seriously at work. So they've been carrying some false information that we don't have pool washers at certain location. And then I'll call the supervisor and they will say, oh no, our pool washers are here. And I'll say, I want to speak to them. And stuff like that. So we've had to deal with these kinds of propaganda. But it's not true. Our pool washers are everywhere. The latest was just a couple of minutes ago. There's a town called Blole, and it said that we didn't have pool washers. But what is strange is that Blole is where my biological sister lives, and she even hosted my pool washers. So when I heard that, I immediately called her. How come we don't have pool washers in Blole? She said, no, the pool slept with me last night. They are here. And so again, it's propaganda.
Oh,
in that maybe
to breaking.
justify some of tonight as no
I think we're having an issue.
Or them down until standing before them. There's no you have that. The flag I just coordinate as this in a town lowly earlier I entry the election had called about
something if you can yell, we're having some glitches.
Probably need to change your position.
No time back and so I just meant take it now and answer.
Okay. Yeah, we lost them. They will come back on. But yeah, I think it was important for us guys to provide that clarity. There's no law. I'm getting text messages just now. I just reached out to somebody from NEC. NEC law is very clear. You don't have to be a registered voter at a particular polling place to be able to be a poll watcher there. If Winfred Russell wants to go and volunteer to do poll watching for a particular candidate, all he has to do is to let the candidate campaign know. The responsibility of the candidate's campaign will be to give him his NEC credentials, which is a tag that NEC provides for all poll watchers. And you will need to have an ID, something to identify yourself, to say that you are Winfred Russell to be able to, do the poll watching. I think we see Samson in the back. I just want to make sure that we get in so we can finish with Mrs. Ware. Samson, we broke up there from you.
So let me give it back to her.
Yes, please. And is she available now?
Yes, she's available.
Okay,
yes,
so
hello.
Madam West, sorry, we lost you there. So my last question, so we can get to the rest of the guys, just so they can squeeze in their questions to let you go, because I know you're very busy today. If it is established, right? Because we just spoke with your campaign manager, Mr. Yato. If it's established that this is a pattern across the county where your people have been denied, What actions are your campaign willing to take? We heard him saying that he's going to be attempting to stop counting at these locations because they're not going to be doing the counting without your pair of eyes watching and monitoring it. But what from a larger standpoint, from a holistic standpoint as a campaign, have you guys discussed any remedy, any actions that you're looking forward to taking? Are you looking to say that you will not deem these elections as credible? Can you speak to us about that?
Well, before I even speak to that, I mean, this is becoming widespread as we go towards the end of the voting period. I have a paper in my hand right now where a PO in Campley was caught with ballot papers. And so they have halted the process at that center in Campley, which is District 3. So it's like they're not letting up. Just this afternoon, I also got a call that, two sitting officials of government again were caught in District 8 trying to manipulate votes. And one of the guys had to literally insult him. There was another one in Camp 4 where the guy was caught sitting and giving voters going to the pool $500, go and vote, Koga, go and vote, Koga. And one of my supporters just randomly went into serious argument that almost ended into fist fight, and he jumped in his car and ran off. So I'm just saying that there is an attempt from the government of Liberia, but I wouldn't even say the government of Liberia, mainly from the Honorable Vice President's office and his, accomplices to ensure that this election goes the way they have planned. And so there are. I'm on radio. Excuse me, guys. I'm on air. I'm on radio. Thank you. I'm sorry I had to scream
It's
because
okay.
it's like campaign
We
headquarters.
understand the
People
process.
coming in and just talking.
Yeah.
So I have to tell them I'm on air. Okay,
It's okay.
so now to answer your question, what we're going to do is left with the campaign and ourselves to make a decision. To the best of my knowledge, as I receive these calls, I tell my pool washers, just ask for the complaint form and document them. Don't call me. Do what you were trained to do. That's what I tell them. If you're calling me, oh, they're doing this, they're doing that, I'm not there. I don't have a third eye. Just follow the rules, call for a complaint form, and document your complaint. So if in the future there is a need, if at all, then we don't have to rely on verbal, recitation, I should say. So yes, that is a decision that will have to be made depending on
On the campaign. Okay.
the magnitude of most of these advised. Yeah. So pretty
Okay.
much,
Tommy, you
yeah.
want to come in and then we can
Well,
defer.
Mr. Yato is also here too. Yato, you also live too.
Yeah, so Chairman, I thought we have the candidate on, so maybe let get her off, and then we can bring him back on. So anybody else got questions for the candidate?
Yeah, I got a question.
Go ahead, Sarah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Madam Ware, I want to say thank you so much for your resilience in this process. We are all praying and hoping that, the result will be, what we want it to be. That is for you to be the winner of this election. But I'm kind of a little bit confused because the chairman was talking about people not, the election, the next people not allowing observers to go in there to watch, especially in District 9, because I watched that video. And then I heard you talking about propaganda in process. So is it a mix of propaganda and the real truth? Is it true that people are not being allowed, and also is a propaganda on the other side with regards to other polling places? I'm a little bit confused on that.
No, so the complaint of not being allowed is true.
Okay.
But to say that, oh, Madam Way, deliberately does not have
gotcha.
pool washers at these pools is what
Right.
is propaganda
Okay,
intended to cover up. Yes, intended to cover up all of their sinister moves.
Okay,
But we
gotcha.
have had our pool washers present everywhere, except that in most places they've been barred from entry.
Okay.
And let me just say this: come what may, I consider the people of Nimba and myself a victor in this election
Thank
because
you.
this is supposed to have been a local election. Instead, the government has nationalized this election. It has almost become an Edith Gonglo way versus the government of the Republic of Liberia. So my mind is at ease. The fact that the government literally emptied its coffers and they are still doing it. As we speak, they have marked vehicles tonight to take money to every polling place. We don't have the infrastructure and the mechanism that they have. You have ministers, you have representatives, you have senator, you have superintendent, you have local government officials, and then you have the vice president who are engineering these things, and they have plethora of means to do it. They have the vehicles, they have the logistical power, then they have the financial power, then they have the human power. Everybody, they are spread out. So it's almost like I'm fighting
I know.
among these powerful people. So whatever it becomes, we've won. I see myself as a national hero that the governor of Liberia went to every length to fight me at this level. So I'm not even going to throw any pity party. Instead, I'm going to throw a victory party.
That's right.
Okay, Mr. Yato on the line. He won't provide. Mr. Yato, go ahead.
To my George,
Yeah.
didn't I say to you earlier that you need facts and not innuendos? Guess what happened?
What?
The magistrate at the school have reversed his decision, and our man is now fully represented because he understands you cannot deny anybody that does not have a voting card.
That's right.
He has to count the ballot. So we're very happy. I'm going to every polling center in Ghana, and I will show to you that we are right on this one. And we are saying to you that no matter what happens, Nimba have spoken, and their voices will be heard. So I'll say thank you to everybody. I have to go because I just want to prove to Abu that the law says you must have an ID. It didn't say you must have a voting card. And until he shows, and the supervisor could not show me, so he's reversed his decision, and our team is fully represented now. So thank you to everybody.
Thank you. Cindy Ben said. That's
Thank you very much.
And to Chairman Yato's point, the only sad thing with that is we missed several hours of representation.
I was going to say,
Right. That's right.
At many polling places. And the opening of the ballot box and the breaking of seal and the resealing, they are all important activities of the election process. And we missed most of that. It didn't have to be so. We cannot account for what happened all that time before 3:30 or before 4 o'clock. So it's a part of disenfranchisement of our people and ourselves. But again, like I said, whatever happened, we've won because we've won against the government of Liberia.
Yes.
Mrs. Ware, thanks for your appearance, and we wish you the best of luck. I have two quick questions for you. This is Winfred Russell, by the way. My first question is, how would you describe, or could you describe your ground game? Could you describe the ground game of your team, your party, your candidacy? How would you describe that? And then the second one is that, what do you think is responsible for what we're receiving from the field, from in Nimba and all over Nimba, such low voter turnout? What do you think is responsible for that?
So, first thing, I think we had a pretty stringent but great campaign. It was short, and we had to put a lot of mechanisms in place, but it was good overall. In fact, it became like a citizens' movement. It was a citizen movement in that you will hear the most famous song now being sung in Nimba. We will eat our money and vote for it. You know, it's because of what obtained in the campaign process. There were times where young men were giving money and they would run straight to our campaign headquarters and say, Mama, I got my own of 50,000, yeah, 5,000 for you, yeah, 10,000 for you. That shows that the people of Nimba minds are made up. On the issue of the low turnout, first of all, there was almost literally no civic education, no awareness, no public awareness, literally, from the Elections Commission standpoint. I am telling you, on the day that I closed my campaign, on Saturday, that mammoth crowd that you saw, even after that, on Sunday, I was getting called, Mama, when are you coming to our village for our campaign? I had to tell them the campaign ended yesterday. That means that people were not even aware that today was election day. And it's not everyone who has privilege to a radio. So, though on radio we kept telling our people the election is next week, but what percentage of the population heard that? So that could be one of the reasons of the low turnout. Believe me or not, but tomorrow some people will be asking, when is this election? Because of the very poor and low publicity regarding this election. I believe in my mind that is the one significant thing that accounts for the low turnout.
So even though you had those large rallies and you had the presence of a lot of national leaders there, there are a lot of movements, a lot of activities. I mean, that was not enough to get to the deeper crevices of the county to get the message out there. So is that what you're saying?
Yes, but so here's the thing. When was the rally? Saturday, the last day of campaign. And I just told you how people were calling me to go right after the rally, and I told them that campaign was over. A case in point, a town called Binding. It is in District 8.
I know Binding.
The chief elder of Binding called me on Sunday morning that the women are waiting for you. Oh. You coming to us today? And I had to tell you, I can't. If I do, I will be breaking the law. Even though my opponents on the other side don't believe anything called law and rule of law, they will go right ahead and campaign. But I like to stick to the rules. And so I'm just saying that hearing these kinds of calls makes me realize that people were unaware of the day of the election. And the Election Commission did not do any, you know how you do jingles, come out and vote, this is the election. Again, also historically, by elections, always, all over the world, have low turnouts. You know, have low turnouts. But I can tell you, we excited our base enough to want to vote. What I do think is they were unaware of the actual day of the election, except for people in the city like Ganta, maybe Sanikole, you know. And then the third reason is that unfortunately, and this has to be legislated, when we win, this is something that we're going to fight against. This whole idea of voter tracking, where every campaign, national election time, representative candidates track voters from everywhere and take them to their district.
But did you track voters as well? Are you one of those who one of the candidates?
I don't ever track voters. First of all, I always say that's a waste of money because this is a county-wide election. So why am I going to truck voter? But people who are in representative elections do that.
Yeah, it's
But
mainly
it
during
affects
the
the
representative. Yeah.
yeah, it affects the vote during by-election because
Mhm.
now people who truck voters are not in the election, so they can't truck them back unless where they are aligning with one of the parties within the county election. Then they bring their people that they truck before to vote for their candidate. But
Okay,
I'm
so
saying that
Mrs.
it
Ware.
impact turnout.
Yeah, Mrs.
Mhm.
White, just hang on for a second. So even though, okay, we appreciate that you may not be one of those who are in the habit of trucking voters in all of the elections you participated in, but as part of your ground game, as I asked you earlier, did you provide transportation to voters within your district to go to, because even here in the States, as you know, we provide transportation. It's one of the things that we do to voters, and it's part of our ground game. So did you do that? Did your team do that? If not, why not?
Well, I wish I wish I had the luxury of the unending financial resource of my opponent. That the money was coming just like the national bank had been broken open and no seal on it. I wish I had that luxury. But so I had to wisely use what I had available to me, what I had raised by myself and friends and the like. And so trucking is quite expensive to get one, even to just uh, move your pool washers from one location to another. You're talking about tens and hundreds of thousands of Liberian dollars, and sometimes thousands of United States dollars. That's just movement of pool washers. If you add the dimension of voters, it gets really pricey and expensive. So that's one of the reasons why I've never really done it. Would I like to do it? Maybe, perhaps, but I think it's not good because it tends to disenfranchise people.
Yeah.
And then it undermines true representation. So if you are from a district and I'm supposed to be the one you represent, but you bring people from Bakolu, you bring people from Cape Mount, you bring people from Morovia, you truck them to District 1, for instance, in Nimba. Even if you win, are you really truly representing me? Because the people who voted you don't live here, and you can care less. You really can do nothing if you wish, because the people who voted you, you pay them and they don't live in your constituency. So you owe them absolutely nothing. That is why I will proffer a bill to change that. If you want to make any change in Nimba, then you better live in Nimba. You must be resident in Nimba. If you want to make a change in district number 4 in Monrovia, you better be resident there. But you cannot be trucked there and stifle or strangulate the views of the actual residents whose power or representation going to impact the decision of that representative, going to impact them. Now you who came from Kawe to vote for them in Zubatan, for instance. So I think it's just all around wrong. It shouldn't be. And then it disenfranchises a lot of people. Because
Sidiki,
like
you
the
got a
general
question?
election, there were a lot of people crying that they want to come and vote. But then, the other person carry us 2023, and now they're not here. We won't come vote. Come on.
Okay. Sidiki, you want to go ahead with your question? And then you muted, Sidiki.
Yeah, I just want to ask one question, but first, I just want to thank the candidate for coming on and providing this insight to the closing argument. I just want to know your perspective with regard to this election. Every election you participated in, is there anything different with regard to its organization, with regard to its potential similarities and all of that? What's your perspective compared to
A huge difference. A huge difference. Unlike other elections that I've participated in before, I have not had to go against a sitting powerful government official. This is the first time. And I thought that it brought a different dynamic to the people of Nimba. A huge difference, because there's no election that I've participated in that the government, through its second most powerful person, will issue or implied threats. And that chiefs are calling me overnight. Mama, I want to come to your rally, but I'm afraid for my job. Oh, Mama, we will vote for you, but I can't show my face. A case in point, a guy who was serving as my coordinator but works for one of the ministry called me the day before yesterday morning that his boss had invited him to Ganta to be questioned because he had heard that he was supporting me. So this election had a lot of different factors to it, and very interesting dynamics that became a teaching moment and an eye opener for future game, to prepare for the future, because from what I see, it makes me want to be a Stacey Abrams to change things. That whatever the results of this election, we're going to stand tall, we're going to remain with our people, and we're going to hold the feet of people whose feet need to be held to fire for account. We will change this county. We will change this country county by county. And if now is the time, I'm prepared. I am prepared.
Well, Madam Ware, we want to thank
Good
you.
thing is God has given me the strength, the resilience, and the wherewithal, and then the love to do what I do.
Yeah.
But guys,
Yeah,
election day,
so
I'm
Madam Ware,
receiving plethora of calls.
one
I
quick
need to end it
question.
right here
Yeah,
and go
Madam
back to
Ware.
my phone lines.
Madam Ware, I beg you. One last thing, and this is from a personal standpoint. How are you doing? I know we immediately started and just started bombarding. I mean, this has been a roller coaster ride, I'm sure, for you. This is not your first election. But I just wanted to ask you from a personal standpoint, right? Oh, I think we lost him.
She gone.
Yeah. Yeah, but anyway, we want to.
That's a good question, Ben. That was very good.
Yeah, look, and Winfrey, the reason I did that because I mean, you've participated in elections, and I think I have too. So sometimes we forget that these people are human beings, right?
And I heard she wasn't feeling well too.
Yeah, they have families. They and just her well-being, her mindset. So but anyway, we thank her for the time that she was on. But yeah, guys, listen. I think
Ben, I got Mike Blue on the line. One of the candidates.
Oh,
Mike
great.
Blue.
Great.
Mike, you live. Go ahead, Mike. You live.
Yeah.
Thank you. I want to say good day to everyone, the panelists, and all of our citizens in here. We are happy.
CMC Canada,
Yeah. My name is Mike Blimo. I'm from lovely Buenkuya, Tabedan District number 6. My mother is from Bo Kosen, Administrative District number 4, and a resident of Gambia City, the Royal Community. A candidate on a CMC ticket.
So Mark, this is Ben Sanvi. Let me ask you a question. First of all, how do you feel? What are you? We have a few hours to go. What are you seeing? What's your feeling like? How do you feel overall? Do you think that you're going to pull this thing off? Do you think you're going to win this election? If not, and what have you observed so far? Is he on? Dominic, we can't hear him.
Yeah, he on. I think he got a call, but he on the line.
Okay.
Well,
we're gonna be talking, guys.
Like I said, I observed the process. The process is okay. We're moving smoothly. All we are calling for is a peaceful Nimba County. Everything we do, we have been conscientizing our supporters. Now, after election, there will still be a Nimba. And Nimba being our common denominator, we should always prioritize Nimba. And let know that Liberia is where we cannot be deported from.
So we call for the peace messages today on 16 radio stations across Nimba. And for this process, what I observed, and I had to call the people from NEC, is that they brought in a strategy that the ballot paper issue, they all in the voting rooms, cutting the ballot paper in their numbers, folding them, stemming them, keeping them. So as the observer is not paying attention because they are human beings. They are sitting all day long. So they sometimes feel asleep. And so now they get tired. By the time they twist themselves to go to another place or to look in different direction, they will add 2, 3 of the ballot papers together and give it to someone who they got interest in, that the person is a government candidate support us. So we got to make that, but we're not everywhere. You know, Nimba got 736 polling rooms. So we are not everywhere. Where calls came from, because I tutor my pool washer with that, because I know it income pass. These are things that they did in 2023. So we also told them that if you be able to check the waste of those who are coming to vote, because some of them had a pre-marked ballot paper already and been placed in their clothes. So for the issue of cutting so many ballot papers and stemming them, keeping them, when the information hit me, I called the NEC big person and I was able to inform him about that. That was not a good thing. They should be able to refrain from doing that. And immediately, where it happens, we decided to put stop to that. And that was the same place that they were putting the pool workers out of the place. That you saw someone from the camp of Ide Gonglo way started going live on certain platform today. Jolina in Canton. And then to several places they were doing that. So I had to call the 2 magistrates and inform them with specific references. And as they said, that's not going on. But we are watching the pool so keenly because the biggest thing now the ruling party is doing now is to cheat. They have money in bag everywhere. All of the 262 polling centers that are in Nimba, there are people have been dispatched with huge sort of money in the bag to even bribe our supporters who are poor watcher to us. Because money is very evil. It turns you against your parents. Then what more about supporters? So they have it everywhere. Currently, as I'm speaking, I'm in my born town. Those who came with son, they are sitting in the Paramount Chief's house. When I enter the temple, rush to me and try to lodge a complaint. And I told them, all we can say is go to the pool and vote. And when it's time to check the ballot people, let those of you who are supporters stand a distance and just observe the process with your flashlight and thing. So these are things that are ongoing. Everywhere in Nimba, they have people with money in the bag, on their back. They have a backing bag with money in it, huge amount of money to be able to pay people so they can cash the remaining ballot papers for them.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you. There's somebody asked another question.
Okay, Mike, I got a question.
Okay, go ahead. Go on.
So, Mike, I just want to encourage you. I want to thank you so much for coming on. I want to encourage you to tell your voters or your observers to take pictures of these things, because in anything you do, you have to have evidence. So make sure let them have video cameras of pictures of some of the things that you're discussing, so that when you're telling people and you show those evidences, they will be able to believe it, because you know our community is full of a lot of propaganda and stuff like that. But I want to ask you one question. What was your strategy? What did you do to get your people out there to vote? Was it difficult for you? Because we've seen a lot of people did not turn out at the polling stations. So what was your grand game, your strategy to get people out to vote? Did you have any?
What we did, we asked supporters.
Wait.
No, elections, we have almost close to 1,000 plus candidates from Nimba, from representative to senator, and from various districts, because we got 9 electoral districts in Nimba. Some have 20 persons, some have 17, some have 19 candidates, and they all went for people in Morovia and brought them to Nimba. Some took people from Ganton to the various villages. Some took people from Ban, because we got 6 cities in Nimba. They went for people and carried them to home. And some left and went to their homes. So now, as they said, what we were able to do is, those who came to us that they want to go vote, we didn't ask who you're voting for or who you want to vote for or where you going. We were able to accommodate them with cars to be able to go out there to vote so that the pool cannot be totally empty. But we didn't ask them go and vote for us because campaign is over. All we were able to do is to ensure that people go to the pool. But those who are from the angle of the government, we also pull out the Kirobin bus, MTA buses, the yellow one that is called Kirobin or Kolokwa here. They put 100 outside from Morovia. Calling people from Morovia, transporting them to Nima.
Okay.
More than 100.
Mark, can you come in? Mark, can you take a little break with us? We have a situation they say that's going on in Ghana. Let Maya come in. Maya, you want to come in? Who you have?
Yeah. You getting me?
Yeah, go ahead, Maya. Go ahead.
Okay, so we have a situation in Ghana where someone called me and I have to rush on the team to know what's happening. So I'm here with this fellow. So how you doing? What's your name?
My name is Winsome W. Second again.
Okay, so what's actually going on here? We
Who
heard
is he
that
representing? Where is he? Where is he representing? Who is he?
The
guy I was talking about from Manaide Gonglo West Camp.
Okay.
Yeah, so what's really going on here?
Our observers again have been denied just as they were done. I mean, they were done this morning again in district number 3 loaded on the ground that they don't have voter card. They don't have voter card, so they have been denied again. Before we put out this place for more than 2 hours for people, he don't get voting card, so he can't allow him. I don't know which the electoral law is saying this. My people, and we came even police claiming now to be even a partisan. We say we want a complaint sheet here now, but the police are even denying us on getting complaint sheet. Right? So what is going on?
So people like to go in there, representation.
Yeah, because she ate the meat.
Eyes from there.
Ben, I think Ben, I can reinforce that it's one of the reasons why I came on. I have been with the team from the get-go.
Yeah,
right?
Emmerich, let's see it. They finish with him, then we can bring you. Maya, y'all can hear us though? Maya, you can hear us?
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Okay, so are we done with the interview with him so we can get the other person? So
yeah.
So he's saying that the same thing is happening. They're denying the poll watchers.
Denied this morning again at loaded district number 3, and we also been denied again on access to for the polling place because we don't have voter card. I don't know which one electoral law said this. We are putting again for complaint sheet. The police officers are here telling us say we will get a complaint sheet after the election. That's why we are here. You can see all of my people that came who standing here.
Can you turn the camera to them? Can you turn the camera to them?
Yeah. With me. And somebody coming.
Yeah, so we are seeing presence of more people here.
More people coming. They deny our pool washer in this place. Under the pretend that this person do have voter card. I know which one the electoral law said that. Is this the person I mean, I'm excelling on this place? Just and I tell Lord to just create a situation to put the ballot paper there because that's what the boss said.
Wow. Have you reached out to your campaign? Have you spoken with Yato and the other people, the leaders?
I'm the lead person here. I'm the election advisor to Madam Ide Gonglo West. I even called the election magistrate. He said we should make it official, and the official now, which is the complete sheet, they are refusing to give for the complete sheet.
Wow. Okay.
Officer is telling us we should wait after the election before we write our complete sheet. This is the officer that told us to wait after the election. Yes, the intimidation is too much. Even at job places, someone have been threatened to be taken from job. Why? Because we support him and either Congo. Why? I'm not saying it with fear and terror.
Where do you work?
I work with Minister of Education.
Wow.
Wow. This election is not going to be free and fair. I'm sorry, guys. It's going to be.
If anybody fire you, the minister will be here. We'll go after. We'll find out why they fire you. We'll investigate.
Yeah, but I think I need to come on and reinforce what he's saying, right? Because we work in the phone lines, and we major part of the whole campaign. Yato and us, we are communicating, we are working together, coordinating, and making sure. And people don't know, my mom from the Belegay area, Campley, Lole, those places. I'm well connected to those places. I got a complaint from one of our people, the NEC representative. There was a whole noise, and the evidence is here. Prince, okay, Lole Public School. The precinct is 33118. 33118. One of the next officer have 50 marked ballots that he attempted to put in. The noise and the police protected him to put it in there. And the police, you know, I would say a partisan police, you see. It's the thing is widespread, right? Oh, let me tell you this. This whole election, we already we called the election out. The reason why we called it out is not strong in Nimba. I'll be truthful. He's not strong in Nimba. The low turnout going to work in favor of Madam Ide Gonglo Ware, because if you look at District 3, 4, 5,
right? All person that he or she favor should be senator in Nimba. 13 people, 13 chiefs, 13 our mom, our mothers, our sisters.
Wow.
What is going on in this election? It's too much.
It is ridiculous.
Stop this. Liberia is a country of Lord. What is going on? My people, international community people, to come to our aid. The rescue today now, we are being suppressed, depressed, and oppressed.
I'm telling you, this is ridiculous.
Wow. All right, Maya, thank you. We're gonna get back to you, Maya. Okay. If you see anything else, just let us know. We'll bring you back on. Okay.
Okay, Ben, you're close on Mr. Blue now. You're close on him.
Yeah, let's close on Mark and then Emmerich will finish.
Mike, go ahead. Live. You live. Yeah, Mike. At
the Ganda Police Center today, around a school called Zukese. Zukese is one of the public schools in Ganda. So, while in the process, a guy who was brought from Monrovia was seen with a voter card that carried the image of a lady, and he took that and he raised the woman image and placed the image on the ID card and took it to the pool to cast vote. And it was caught by my observer. And I told him to send a copy to me, and he took the photo and sent it to me. He's currently with me. And then, the advantage rumor around. There's a guy who I've been working with NEC from 2005, who is currently in the office of the vice president. I was using the going election to do the ballot stuffing for the Unity Party in Nimba. So he and one Generator now have been elected seen. Fixing ID card for voters who don't have voters right in Nimba. Unknown caller.
Okay. So So, Mark,
having the authority to regulate every activity there. So this guy was seen with that. Like you see, even with the issue of Prophet Key, right? For Prophet Key to be having the photo card in Nimba, or in Liberia, and today nothing is happening to Prophet Key, and he's passing scot-free. So this guy was caught this afternoon and sent to the police station. He's currently in the custody of the police. So what happened next, so that we can have real occurrence of such? What happened next? So that we can have real occurrence of such. Because these are things that happen, like I said, in the reaffirmation of our commitment to the Formation Declaration. We were saying today, those things that are happening in the past, while the declaration was signed, those that were caught with wrong acts or doing the things that are not good, what did they do to them? Because like the guy that was caught today, after the election, the men will be placed outside and they will say the men were placed on a bomb. And that investigation not going to continue. So by that, next time if you have election going on, someone will also come to repeat the same. Because when you are caught, you just being carried to jail, and after 1 or 2 days, the man is passing in the street free, going, and mission are being accomplished.
Right.
So that was one of the things that happened in Ghana today. So we were asking the regulatory body of election, NEC, what are you doing so that those things can be continuing all of the times? So they didn't give us any reason. What they said was someone will do something, and the person will be
Okay. Well, Mr. Buyen, we want to thank you for the time. Well, we're going to stay in touch with you. Dominic, can you hear us?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, so we're going to stay in touch with him. If there's anything does come up, we'll get back in touch with him so we can continue from where we start. But Mark, it's good hearing from you.
General Alvin Garrison Smith.
Good luck out there, and we'll stay in touch.
Thank you.
All right, so Emmerich, you want to come in, and then we'll take it.
Yeah, I would just like to reinforce what my and the other people are saying. We working the phone lines. We having the factual evidence because we're seeing video. We're not seeing video recording. We're on live with them to get the facts right. If you look at precincts, district number 3, precinct 33118 that Mark just talked about in Lole. Lole is right behind my mother's town. They mark ballot, 50 ballot papers by next worker or officer. They try to stop him. It was what already made it happen. The police pushed the other people, the other poll watchers away from the area because they saw the personnel putting the 50 marked ballot in the ballot box. Okay. Wow. And we said, when I said that Koga are weak.
Okay,
it's true. And they're seeing it. All they relied on because they knew that Madam Edith Gonglo where she did not have the personnel, the resources at that time, right? But this time around, we were a very small group of people, highly effective. In no time, we were able to dispatch poll watchers in almost all of the areas. The problems we are facing is this. We have the accreditation cards from NEC. That's all you need. You don't need voter registration. You don't need any of those things. When they go at the police stations, their frustration to the officers at the police stations turning them down at the different locations. It's one of the ways they try to find, because what's happening with a low turnout. I'm into statistics. I say if they have a low turnout, Koga going to have a serious problem because Garrison going to be competitive in districts number 3 and 4. I mean 3 and 4. So Koga, where will he go to be able to make up for those areas when the turnout is low? Nowhere. District number 2, he can never beat Mada Ida Gonglo where in district number 1. He can never do it. Number 2, he can never do it. 3, he cannot do it. 7 and 8, he cannot. So where can he make up? And that's the reason why you see at this time, all of these things are happening because they see a level of desperation in them. Because we're a lot of sophisticated group of people, we handling the facts. We are in the middle, we're dealing with the facts. We're talking to people, we're coordinating, we have motorcyclists all around the county. We're not just sleeping. I see people go on the internet. Oh, but Edith Gonglo, where she does not have poll washers and so in all those places. No, there are some places that we will not have a lot, but more places we have a lot. A lot of people, we have poll washers, but what's happening? The frustration is for NEC. NEC is compromised. And I will say it for a fact that NEC is compromised. The whole system, we're not crying wolf, right? What we're saying, a lot of illegal stuff going on in the country, especially when it comes to this whole election. It's wrong. The government cannot weaponize the police department. The government cannot weaponize NEC. We see it. We have the evidence. I was on the phone for so long because I was dealing with all those different issues at the polling places. It's not that I'm waiting. I'm talking to them, talking to the officers, and all of those. They say they got a mandate that to get people from there because the mandate they're receiving. So they're going by what they're being told to do. And that's wrong. We knew that they could not beat this lady. We knew they could not beat this lady.
I got a question for you, Emery. How many polling stations they have in Nimba? Is there how many polling stations? Like
a polling station is 732, roughly 732 polling stations.
Oh, that's a lot, though. That's a lot. So cheating can go on at any point in time, especially when you don't have your people on the ground.
What's happening? We were covered, right? They are frustrated because we've been covered. The news on Facebook. You know the reason why they had that propaganda that we're not being covered? It's simple. The reason why they have, because they want to come up with that thing to stop our people. Later on, they didn't have people to cover them, but we were covered. It wasn't as perfect as expected, but yet still we are covered all over the county. We are covered. We have poll washers in all of those areas. Now we have poll washers in all of those areas. What's happening? The frustration, they cannot see our poll washers leaving, even though they're hungry, they are thirsty, they want to go and use their, go and ease themselves. Now they are saying, oh, once you go and ease yourself and come out, oh, you can't accept it because you don't have voter registration card. You cannot come there anymore. This is the problem we are having at some of those areas. And we have a good coordination. We have a small and very effective team. Motorcyclists moving from one point to the other. That is hard. So most of the things being exposed. And it's embarrassing on the government. It is embarrassing.
I mean, the sad thing is, Emery, at the end of the day, what happens? What happens when you guys catalog all of these discrepancies that is going on? What happened? What is the end result?
Good question. This is what they used to. They wanted to go to court. Because you know what they do? They want to play the same old game that, oh, she can lose and then cry in court. Well, if you look at it, this lady had always legitimately won everywhere, right? But because she does not have the resources and people in those places, right? So she's like an antagonist. Yeah. They antagonize her. And we see that she has the natural attraction to the people of Nimba, whether you like it or not. Madam Edith Gonglo Ware, people are naturally attracted to her. When some of the children were talking about supporting UP, they call me and they show me, they say, Emery, we're supporting her, but we'll not say it. Those are the kind of voters the lady has. You cannot take that from her. Naturally, she gravitates to them. Because you know what? She has a lot of qualities that most leaders in our country just don't have.
They don't have. That's true.
The motherly feeling. If you read a beer, I mean, if you spend your time around her, right? She's not vindictive. She's a very, and they pin her like this demon in Nimba that she wants to stop the presidency. This is the politics they play I don't like. My mom is from Nimba. My mom is from the down side, the Gio side. Trust me, if you see me support somebody who is minor, I don't see you as tribe. I see you as a person of competence. Right. She has competence. She's the best person for this. And I think we're in for a long ride because we're on top of our game, right? If you stuff the ballot with 50 papers and so in one location, we will make up for it somewhere else. And this is what we're going to be doing for the whole night. And we want to report the facts. The facts are there. We have footages. We have everything. We have videos, recordings, and so we have everything. But you know what? The same thing they do. They say the court system want her to go to court because she's known for it. That's the trick. Koga cannot win this election.
Okay, so let me ask you this, Emerick. Did you guys expect this? I mean, know how polarized this election was, and I mean, even the campaigning and all of that. Did you guys anticipate this was going to happen, and what kind of mitigation strategy did you put in place, to prevent this from happening?
Good question, Russell. You know, the rapid response. This is our advantage, where we have motorcyclists already hired to move, and we'll strategically put them in different locations, right? When something coming about, we'll move the personnel to those places to bring the evidence. This is what we have. This is the mechanism. But I will tell you this, to weaponize, to be weaponized, to fight against the weapon, it's not easy, right? But you have to be smart in doing it. And in every location we have, because we know what's going to happen in districts number 3, 4, and 5, this is where you find most of it going to happen. But now they're seeing their way not clear in those areas. So in Ganta now, you see them move to Ganta. And this is how they are. They have it spread out in the county in a way that if you close them out in the district that they should be winning more votes, if they're seeing the turnout is low, they cannot win there. Then they move their people to somewhere else that are more vulnerable. They're speaking Ganta now in some areas, Ganta, to stuff the ballots in those places. The ballots, they've been pre-marked. We know it. Because if you're stopping our poll washers from being there, our supervisors from being there, they're pre-marked. But what's going to happen? This is the catch to it, right? We already have the FRR. If we have the FRR, reconciliation purposes, if the FRR not going to match the FRR of other poll washers and other, then we know there's a problem. Then we have to quarantine that area to have either a rerun, but you cannot come and think that you're going to sit and announce any winner in this when you have malpractices and you have fraudulent activities going on, you have criminal activities going on, they're being intimidated by even the police. It's not going to happen. We're in for a long run.
So I have one question. With all of what is happening now, Emmerich, with all of what is happening now, are you guys getting any exit poll? Are you guys getting any number?
Oh, yeah. This is where I come in. Good question. This is where I come in. The exit poll, I will tell you, out of 10 people, they will tell you about 8 or 9 will tell you, say, I don't care, I voted for Edith Gongo where. And I'm serious because we interview people at the exit poll. Almost everywhere, districts 1, 2, 3, some part of 3. I will not say 3, some part of 3, because some part of 3 going heavily to Garrison Yelu. All right, Garrison Yelu. So if you see Garrison Yelu, it's taken away from Koga. And I knew it. I did the regression analysis on this long ago. I knew it. I knew that it was impossible to beat her, because if Garrison is in the race, then you found Mark around districts in those 7 and 6 and so. So where can Koga claim dominance? Where?
How about his district in District 5? Is there a competition there?
In District 5?
Yeah.
Up to this time, I have not had contact. I like to be truthful. I have not had contact with our observers and poll watchers and coordinators over there to start to speak to them. Is where I was going before I came on live. So if you find out what's happening, Koga got only a slim chance right now in District 5. That's it, and some part of 6. But Garrison will still be competitive in 3, 4, and 5. So my point, if Koga cannot be dominant in any one district, how can he make up for it when the turnout is very low? And I said, when the turnout is going to be low, Koga will have no chance of winning this.
So then how does Edith have an edge over all of that? How does he have an edge?
Because you see, she has unshakable voters that no matter how long she stays out of the country, she stays away. She doesn't even campaign. She got good people in the Yaman area, in Yekepa area, in those places. They got certain places that she's beloved. All right, they vote for her. They're gonna vote for her. So those places are places that they know they can't beat her. So what happened in Yekepa? We had a news in Yekepa again. The same thing they attempted, but we dispatched people over there because we got motorcyclists all around the place with people with personnel waiting to be dispatched. So you see what's happening. We're ahead of the game. If we did not have mechanism in place, I will tell you this: long this it would have been a wrap. Some of us would have given up, but we anticipated, we preempted this, and that's the reason why you see them. In fact, they're trying to catch up. They didn't know. We took them by surprise overnight because they didn't know we were going to have the number of poll washers, because Edith Gonglo have always been around with our poll washers. And so they actually did those fraudulent activity, manipulation, all of those things, places that she did not have people. But now she's representing all over the county. All over the county, so they are catching a hard time.
You will allow me start celebrating here, I beg you.
they will catch a hard time. They will do it, but I'm saying it will happen, but I don't think that will be enough, right? Unless you have unless you say you want to bring in something that is unconventional and say, I will abort the whole process here and give Koga the whole vote to Koga. That's the only way Koga going to survive this. He got no means. He's not popular. He's not He's not a voter. He's somebody. He does not have you don't even know. Lofa, can you mute yourself?
What Lofa doing?
If you look at Koga, let's look at him. When he ran, all the times he ran, even in District 5, let's be real. Go back and look at the history. He could not even dominnate in District 5. He trucked people from Ivory, we know it.
Oh.
Because we have
is that possible this time around for him to truck people from Ivory?
So it's a hard thing. He did not even dominate in district. His own district, he did not dominate. Because if you look at Koga's district, they'll say he's not responsible for role, but he has oversight duty, right? If you have allocation for those things to improve the lives of your people, and you cannot do the due diligence by having oversight to build the roads and all of those things the people will keep them. Don't mind them. Don't think our people are stupid. Don't think they're illiterate. Don't think that this. No, they are very brilliant. They're very smart. And what's happening now in this election? Our people that they overlook and think they're going to spread money in the communities, in the towns, in the villages, in the county. They think that spreading money going to make them to win. It will be a hard call to do. So thank you all for being on. If you have further questions, I will answer it, but I got to go back to work the lines, and we'll have our whole war room. We're going to start working the numbers to see.
Okay. Thank you, Emre. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Well, this is the closing argument. The poll closes in the next 2, 3, 4, 5. It's 5 o'clock in 5:47 in Liberia now. I think the poll will be closing. I think the next 1 hour, less than an hour, will be closing, and we'll start getting the first results coming in from our exit polls coming in so early. But let me say this though: if there's evidence that the election is fraudulent, there was some fraud that took place.
Yeah, in 13 minutes, Tony.
Okay, whatever the case, if there's evidence, I mean, real evidence that the opposition can prove that election was not free and fair, and if nothing is done about it, if they don't do nothing about it, I can tell you this is a prelude to 2029. They will test the resolve that if there's evidence that they come with tangible evidence to prove that the election was fraudulent, or there were people were disenfranchised to vote, or the process of observers were not followed. If they can produce the evidence that yes, and then nothing happens, the opposition allowed this to just be okay, we put on the rock. I can tell them 2029 they should forget it.
That's
These
true.
guys will test the resolve now.
That's true.
I believe that. Test for 2029 to see whether, if anything, but I'm saying again, it should have the evidence to prove that okay, here's the evidence that it was done free. Yeah, the evidence that police intimidated people. Yeah, the evidence. All the things got to be provided with evidence, not just talking. But if they provide this evidence, in fact, I got a video we're about to play too. We'll hear from someone too. If there's evidence that this election were pressure, like that man complaining for education ministry, I will get that man number. If that man is fired from his job, Minister of Education, I know her personally. I know her. For disclaimer, she's my kid's aunt, the education minister. I will not rest till I get to the bottom. If that man is fired, I will definitely pursue it. If that man is fired from his job because he took part in this process or put a candidate who's not favored by the government, if he's fired, it was proven. We're not gonna rest. We'll bring it on, and we'll give him the time, and we'll pursue it, because I don't think it's fair. Everybody should be having the freedom to associate and affiliate with any political institution they want to do it. That's why it's important. So we'll
this is the reason why our country is backwards.
So I say again, opposition, if they prove that this election wasn't fair and things happen on outwardly and just let it slide, they should forget it. 2029, they will do the same thing. Imagine it is said that.
For them.
Well, by the time people, the election will be called all the people.
Call lies for these people.
The first one happened 2023. And it was a ruling party. They still had many people took it from there. And then they said, so we're watching though. So we want to see what happened.
But Tomali, I told you that this election will not be free, fair, and transparent. I said it. I said how eager these people are for power, and at the end of the day, they're just going to leave the masses like that. It's not about doing anything for the people. It's about what they can get. Just go. Look at the story you are talking about, the town and the people talking about, I don't know, they say what building, the roof came out and they told the representative to fix it. He said he was coming by. He never showed up. Now, election time, I bet you he went to the people to vote for him, Kennedy, or to vote for him, or whatsoever the case is. That's how they use our people. They use our people to get these votes. And at the end of the day, they turn their backs on them. I really pray and hope that we can have a set of Liberians who will be resilient, who will be, who will know their worth and know that if you can't do something for me, I cannot vote for you. That's it. You cannot be voting for people at the end of the day. They turn their backs on you after they finish getting their votes. That's wrong. Leave these people in abject poverty and go by their business. Right now, for the 5,000 car and all that kind of thing, and when they come to vote, they come and lie to them to get the votes. It's wrong. People need to stand up now. Our voters need to stand up.
I'm getting message here. Somebody saying that the person saying that they hope somebody from the police school to address the issue. To address it because people are just throwing this. The person said the police are they're doing their job. They're on top of things, providing.
Well, what do you expect them to say, Kimberly? So, what do you expect?
So, but let them bring the evidence on the police, then we'll see it. But
so now you're talking. Yeah, show up the evidence.
I'm alive.
I was telling Mike to tell his people to take videos, take pictures of these things because sometimes, the pictures you show, the video you show, those are, tangible evidence instead of just talking.
Well,
so let me bring someone.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, Maya.
Yeah, so because of time, we're just going to do it like a voice because you're not see the person because of time. We already have like 8 minutes left for the polling places to be closed. So, ma'am, welcome your name.
This is Leda Tida from India, party supervisor.
Okay, so we'd like to know since 3 o'clock of the present polling place, 3 people are not voting. What really the issue? What happened?
Yeah, polling place 3, number 3, people are not turning now because of the violence from Ile Gonglo party or therefore in her hierarchy. They are all in, so the face stopping, they scrapping the whole process that no one want to vote. People wanted to get on transparency concerning of voting ID card, where we're not physically proving to a PO. And
but mine to put them on video because Mariam put you on video. Other people can't they're on video. The people are claiming they're on video.
Does she have any video to show?
Yeah, that put on video again because other people that came on they were on video making their claim.
Okay, so let me make it possible. Just let me enter the video back.
Well, again, you say something you said? Hello?
No, just quick.
Okay. Everybody not talking, man. Either not talk or the poor not talking. One time again. Anyways, say, go ahead, talk.
No.
Talk, man. Talk about get Joe. You take it. Let's not want to make anything all right.
That was that. But Timothy, you said, man, why you telling a minute?
No, I said, ever, you don't know. No way ever. Hello, go ahead.
The NDR woman I was talking just now, do they have videos to watch?
I was saying, they were talking, you need video about it, but go ahead, man. I mean, you live on the show, stop it. Oh, I mean, we'll be on for how many hours now? We'll be on for almost 4 hours. Oh, I mean, we'll be on for 4 hours. All the poor we'll be on. We get you the chat room. We'll be on 4 hours.
I gotta go to work.
Everybody might be on. Everybody been calling in. The guy been live.
Yeah,
the pool will be closing in 5 minutes. Pool will be closing in Nimba County. with the ruling party, back candidate Samuel Kogad replaced Prince Johnson, or with the opposition, the main opposition CDC candidate, Madam Webb, Mike Blewan, Garrison Yeru, make history by taking the seat occupied by the late Prince Johnson. We'll see in the next 4 minutes. We'll get our first exit poll reeling, and we'll find out what our people are saying, who voted for what, for whom. So we'll find out later in a few minutes.
What happened to the lady that was coming on? She's not coming again?
Yeah, I mean, I can say they move for MVR, she complains, and we just then she don't show. Now we see all the political gurus are appearing. These are guys who are very, very okra electioneering.
But Pee-wee, you know that you were on.
The neo-progressive Sylvester Pee-wee from the CMC.
You muted.
Yeah, I didn't know.
You're on the line. I mean, you're not organized because you should be having coordinated.
No. Listen, no. That's unfair to me. We are in the. Don't say. We are in the U.S. The bro is 4 hours ahead of us.
But how about Emmerich and Lofa? They in America.
I'm coming. 4 hours ahead, and the business line we need to get up this and. We can't. We need to get some.
All I want we hear now.
CMC.
Yeah, we need to get some. Yeah, but I told you something yesterday.
Yeah.
And I said that there were going to be serious voter appetite, right?
Yeah.
You saw what happened today? I got that small information that the turnout was very, very low.
Yeah, but it's always period. Like many people say,
but this one was too low. This one was too low.
But then who
right? You know, during national elections, the representatives and everybody, what they do, they pay for them, they truck their voters in, and now if people register to vote in certain places, you see what happened here? It's not fair to the county, because when you take me from way Bannersville, I can't in your constituent, and I register to vote. That voter registration, until we have another town voter registration, I carry that same voter card. So now, only those who registered to vote in the last election are the ones who are voting in the election. So the people you take in from a particular district, they're not there because they came from other state. And now, except where the representative will take that person back to go and vote. And most of the representatives, they didn't care. Once they elected, it's done.
They said there was no way for Koga to bring people from Ivory Coast. That whole place is sealed.
No, so
right now, I think now what they turn
the entire process about voter trucking will also hugely affect, and that's why the country will have to go to a certain stage of the politics, and that's why we intend to even intensify next election to significantly reduce voter trucking. People vote in their constituents. People vote where they live.
Yes.
Someone to vote where they live. Election day, they will find from 8 to 6. They will find at least someone telling me they go and get on the line.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you truck 5,000-10,000 persons into Nimba from Monrovia, or maybe 20,000.
I mean, we are not cutting you off. You can clearly see. How some people been winning elections through voter tracking. This time around,
everybody in the bureau, almost not everybody, not most all the politicians, but 95% of the politicians in the bureau benefit from voter tracking.
I agree.
That is quite unfortunate. Take people because. Listen, if I wanted to contest in Lofa County, why should I take people from Monrovia into Lofa when I believe that there are the voters in Lofa I can convince? Because if you speak to the voter and they elect you, they did it from the passionate basis, from the basis of your manifesto and all those kind of things. But again,
why would I have done right? For instance, if I was you advising a candidate in this race, based on the district of I think Nimba has 9.
That people
the polls are officially closed.
Oh, okay. Officially closed? Yes, it's not.
Polls have been officially closed in Nimba.
I thought it would be officially closed because there was a low turnout, nobody in the queue. So
polls have officially closed. It's 6 o'clock in Nigeria.
I want to know.
2 o'clock in the United States.
Where there's low turnout. Who has the advantage and who is at a disadvantage?
I will say this to you: the locals on the ground are going to be the one to determine the voting process. Okay. So when the low turn up, I want to know the the districts, the low tenor, in my thinking, at this analysis, there are certain districts I know low tenor already hit, and it will affect the candidate of those districts. Actually, like, I mean, it's embarrassing to really see.
Wait. So which one of the districts really had low turnout? Like I know there's
I just got a call from the NEC chairlady, Madam Brown. She said she'll call me back. So I hope she called. The NEC chairlady just called. She said she will call me back.
Yeah,
Her to find out what's happening with NEC, all the stuff we're getting. So
it is actually going to
call me back
across.
so we can get her on the line to speak about these issues we're talking about, the NEC or whatever they're saying. So hope to do it. But again, the voters okay. If now the election, if I was, for instance, a particular district, right? Let's say Sarah in District 1, if Sarah is supporting me, I'll go to Sarah. All the people that voted for Sarah, that her voters roll call and that support us there, try to get them and drive them back to because some of the people them keep all the state. I mean, I can tell you, I was in Liberia. I saw it my own self. People truck people, so we are going to
they truck people
them and try to get them to come get my people.
Come here. Let me ask you a question now. Yeah. To take them carry them by you going to take the money from the tree today? That's huge money.
Yeah, but man, but it's my
huge money.
But then I want to say because our election is that's why I have higher rich.
Listen, but most of the candidates in the race got money. They don't have money.
Got money because you got still resources.
The only person that will get very good money over there will be Koga that is being hit and given money by the government of Liberia. Yeah, beyond that, the government of Liberia were not prepared. They were not prepared to do that to truck people back.
They put our money in election that the MTR and the CMC candidate. Because the guys are the CMC candidate.
Yeah, but even at that, do we have evidence that they did trucking during this time?
Oh, but Sarah, the thing is this.
There were few people would truck few people, but they were not the way they did it before.
Let's say you live in Bannersville and you register in Ganta.
I'm going to see the number.
So you can't vote in Bannersville. You want to vote in Ganta. So in order for me to get you to vote in that area, I'll try to get you. So if they didn't do it at homework, it's up to them.
That's why they didn't truck. And beyond they done trucking, there's increasing voter apathy also among the locals. There's this kind of analysis that we have to draw to. Now, there's this increasing disappointment from the voter, lack of voter trust in the politicians.
Right.
That also contributed a lot in terms of
people are just disappointed. They don't want to show up.
Folks are basically very disappointed in their political leaders, those that are representing them. So it's part of the reason why you see the turnout also very low. So it's a combination of a lot of different factors that are coming together to lead to these things we saw today. But again, this is a lesson learned for us. It's a lesson, and one of the things we can do is to increasingly provide awareness with the electorates. Again, were you to provide this kind of awareness, if for on deaf ear, I believe so. Yes,
I really want to be on when our lady come on. I really want to be on.
It may fall deaf ear because the people are destitute. The people are poor.
We have some exit polling when we start the show. We'll start exit polling from the polls that came up. We'll give you some early numbers that we'll get.
Listen,
on the exit
polls. Between now and 12 midnight, Liberian time tonight, or our time tonight, we will have known who wins this election because the turnout is very low.
We know soon because
the turnout is very low. So imagine in some polling area they will finish the counting process in less than 30 minutes.
Right.
Yeah. So in Nimba,
if they do some stuff in ballots,
and then if they stop, they kind of low turnout. They stop in the ballot. I mean that candidate is a weak candidate because if you need some representation, they can't trust that the place is low. So if you got a representation there,
but if they stop ballots, it will be exposed because of the low turnout. You're looking at just maybe 10 people in line, and you tell people that 50 people voted in that precinct. It's impossible.
Yeah, exactly. So the turnout process is that way, and so people will just have to go with it, listen to what's going to happen. But between now and tonight, 12 midnight tonight or 8 p.m. Local time here, we will know actually who winning these elections because there will be more results in already. If not all the results, because all of the polling places, if they have that close polling centers, if it is correct, it's across the county. It's 6 p.m. between 9 and 10 p.m. there or 12 p.m. midnight. We will know where the votes going. So by tomorrow, people will know that who's going to be the
Well,
Senate.
but I'm sure by
Disclosure
5 o'clock tonight, people you remember the CMC you have.
But then Timothy, I didn't have
The
to
war
get up
room.
and come back at our regular time. Oh.
Yeah, we'll come out. We just winding up now. We'll see what happens. But again, let's see whether the lady will call. I will wait for her. If she didn't call, I will call before the show.
She said she's gonna come back.
Yeah, she should call me. She's busy. She's very busy. And I believe her because the poll just closed, and everybody should gonna make sure she's in touch with her people all over the county. So right now, I believe she's right. She's very busy right now, but we'll see. But I can tell you again. I repeat. If the opposition if they have evidence, tangible evidence, real evidence that the election was not free and fair, and they allow it to just slip and it go and it just like okay, another one. Trust me, it's a prelude to 2029.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and again, especially with the people, mind you now, by next year, the president will be appointing a constituting election commission. All the tenure will be over. So we'll have a brand new election commission. Now, we know what President Baga will do. You do what Madam Salih did, our President Weah did. What they did was, I think, they consulted, like the chairlady now today. Who's the chairlady? When President Salih was president, she asked the CDC or somebody to recommend somebody. I think she was the one that recommended her to represent the common the neck. And I think the representative also Flaw, you got it called Flaw, say your thing.
I doubt that you people do that. They will not.
Yeah, there's a prerogative of the president to do it, but if you want to do it, like you say, civil society.
but it has to be in a way that
you want to civil society summit somebody. You tell the other parties, the opposition say you're 72% for your recommend.
We're hearing that the president want to carry Josiah Joker.
I keep hearing.
But with the CDC accept Josiah Joker when he openly came on and said he can never accept Joker as president. Exactly. That would be a serious chaos in the country. I think the CDC should not accept that kind of person to hell the neck because he's
on recording saying that.
Record saying that. So
he's already compromised.
Yeah, he's compromised. He compromised. So again, that's one of the reasons that we didn't see what's going to happen. It was to want to appoint him. I don't think we should accept that in any term whatsoever because this is a man that came up openly and stated that he took a side. So he will still be compromised if he were to be appointed. So it's one of the basic things we just have to follow.
So again, the polls are closed in Nimba County, where today Nimbayans went to the polls to.
But call Maya and get some updates from them.
Let's get some polls.
But the final report are closed. Call them to confirm.
So they come in. They're driving back to that. It late now. It's almost the train before they gotta get to where they.
Man, sister class. These are journalists. They should be journalists can be on weeks.
So
they may
right now that the town gotta be careful because they say anything. They say anything that they were like they will come out of there. Gotta be careful. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Timothy, I don't lie to you. I will tell you the truth. I've been involved in this World War campaign.
Yeah.
It's hard to be here. The only thing they depending on what they depending on, they're suppressing it all over now because the voters turned up playing against Koga. So and the cheating so blatant, right? So open. It's so open. It's so open.
Who's speaking?
Emmerich from the Edith camp. Yeah, but Emmerich,
cheating against the cheating. I get everything.
You guys gotta have all the.
Y'all take videos, pictures.
You see that problem? We don't just say cheating because you want to wear your money cheating. You have to prove it.
Your press are over there, and you seeing it.
No, but listen now. I think earlier today when we started the show newly, our guys were at polling station where we never saw representatives from any party there. They were live now. And how come listen now? I come in. How come I contacted Yato? I said I'm getting information from my guys live on the show live, and they are saying that as the NEC guys, they said no representative for no party were there, and the voting already started.
Timothy.
Yeah.
Okay, voting already counted when polling places not closed yet. That thing about it.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say, right? They were hours into the voting, and then nobody was represented by the parties were not represented there.
But Timothy,
yeah,
you have to close the polling places. Let me just start doing that now.
Oh no! But we're on live. But listen now, we're on live, at the polling station where
the fact that if you say voting were already counted.
no, we're not counted. They already started. The people are already voting, but nobody.
Some places you find like that, right? Because some of the challenges to go to those places, you will find like that. So the point there, at least you have observers there later on. Not even 4 or 5 hours later, right? You have observers because there are places to coordinate between other political parties, right? Nothing is wrong with that.
To do what?
But you can coordinate.
Yeah, but my concern was I heard Yato saying that they had overwhelming of poll watchers. They were overwhelming. So they have more than what they wanted. They had.
But
so,
that's what we keep telling you. That's what we keep telling you. Those places that they went, when you look, they're changing the rule now. They're changing the rule because our people started traveling since last night, okay, long before. But then when they went there, oh, you gotta have national ID card. You gotta have this. Let's be real, Timali. You should not even support that type of.
Oh no, I'm supporting it wrong. It's wrong.
Why is wrong, Timali?
So they
that they were the NEC. They said the NEC people are demanding that you must have your voter ID card to show before you become you observe the poll.
You have your voter what?
Your voter card, you have it to make it available. Yeah, before you.
But let me say one thing, yeah.
Yeah.
And again, that's one of the things in this place I can very frown on people that we see things on the side, we don't want to apply it. It's part of the rules of engagement that to be a pool watcher, you should be fully identified. They don't want nobody to slink in.
Exactly.
It is agreed by all political parties.
Get tagged for that, yes.
Yes. So nobody should say anything. Listen to them on that money. Just miss that.
But Emmerich, my point is this.
You know, you want to be there.
We were live on the show. The reporter was there. Our reporter was at a polling station, and we asked him. We say, any observer from any of the party there? They said no, and voting was already going on.
Yeah, but the point there, this is the point.
Yeah.
Our observer was there.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the point. I don't want to be paying attention to other observers, right? Our observers were there, but they got denied. And no, they got denied because they said that even though they have the tag, they still needed an ID. Okay.
So if they get denied, they will leave the place. They won't stay there. I mean,
but how you
but somebody to be an observer, you need to be fully identified, and the identification tool is defined.
How you say you left the place?
You have this ID, that ID.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, I have a reporter there. Reporter was live.
No, but Timali,
yeah.
The own press person interviewed the man at the location.
No. You're talking different one because I've been for 4 hours now. When we're on the show, Ben about on the show. Ask the guy.
From Lodi Public School.
Yeah.
Lodi Public School. He was right there. When they observed that the next worker had 15 mark ballot to put, they refused the noise scheme. I was on the screen live for them. The noise scheme. They called me because I posted them in places that they can call me anytime. I took off work today because I knew these things are going to happen. They called me. And they said even the police pushed them away. Timali, that's not play the type of
No, but listen to me. I Yato. I had one call Yato. I said, Yato, my guys at a police station now, live, and they are telling me that you don't have nobody there. So he said, okay, I'll call you back in 15 minutes. And he went to start working the phone lines. I mean, it was everybody saw it.
I keep saying nothing is going to be 100%. Nothing.
Oh no, but Emery, don't say that. Emery, no. Emery, let get it clear. I come in now. I listen to Yato. Yato said they had, I think, 750 per watch, but he said if I said CDC even beef it up, they get another 800. So I mean, they'll have 1,005. So that means everywhere should have been covered.
No, I will say again, people got dispatched long before this whole police of big that open. The problem we are encountering at the locations that people do not have ID apart from their accreditation card. That's one problem. That's the problem we are having. So I know it because you know what, I've been dealing directly with all of them from the start before they got dispatched. Up to the time they got dispatched, I have the phone numbers for everybody that complains. I have it. So what I'm telling you is that because I'm in touch with everyone, all the different locations. What Yato is talking about was bond. And I will tell you the principle. Bond the same thing. They pushed them away. But because we did not have more people there, so when they pushed them away, we had no alternative, but we sent people there later on, Timali. I speak the truth.
I'm not disputing you.
Let me ask.
I'm not disputing you, but what I'm trying to say, right? People who watch the show from the last 4 hours tell you My guys were at the station. They were there, present with a camera. They were on live on the set. And we asked them, where are you? They said, we're at the police station now. We talked to the NEC worker. They said, who all there? They said nobody from no representative for any party was there. And voting already going on. So that I come back call Yato, what is happening?
Nobody for any party. Well, nobody for any party to me, everybody is easy, right? It's
But
easy.
no, but now you see, I mean, for the fact that you wasn't too confident or what in the process.
I'm saying there were places that they went there late. They got there late. It's true. There are places that
Then
they
you
got
see,
there late.
you say got late. Emmerich, that'd be friend.
Late, 2-3 hours late.
A lot can happen.
But Emery, let me ask you one question.
No, but it's true though.
Emery,
police stations. We have to stop it. That's not the police station. Or we 1 or 2 isolated areas.
Emery.
No, but when Ida was on, we asked her that question. Yeah. Timothy, you were on. She said it that they were denying people.
So many police stations.
Yeah, but Sarah, be friend. Sarah, if you have overwhelming workers to do a job, right? You will deploy them all over there and have them everywhere have been covered.
You can't talk about. You can't emphasize on 1 or 2, 3 police stations. You can't do it.
Oh, maybe not what they go do the cheat here at that station.
Ultimately, okay, listen to this. Listen to this. The FFR, let me tell you this, maybe because it may be that you're not informed about it. But I will tell you this. One police station may have one police station or one precinct will have 2 or 3 polling stations, right? Even if you're going to carry on something at that area, you cannot inflict the number more than the registered voters there. That's a fact. That's a fact. So let us stop it. You're going to have every election. You're going to have these irregularities, right? If there's 1 or 2 places.
So I'm live from the
Hold on.
NEC boss is about to address the media.
NEC boss, okay, go ahead.
So if it's widespread, that's a whole different thing.
The NEC.
Hold on, Emmerich.
NEC boss about to address the media. That watch out.
We have control over it. And the elections did happen at that location. One of the problems that could have happened if we had decided to leave that area with parts and lanes as you
who's this?
To find another location, probably like
Timothy, who's this?
The NEC boss.
The voters for the campaign and then have to go to another location. So some things we have to bear with because the commission does not have infrastructure that is so.
Oh God, help us.
Where are you?
The brand politics.
I tell you.
Elections or so we use the infrastructure that is available.
Can hardly hear her.
Mainly that schools, sometimes churches, malls, also within the vicinity of those institutions who conduct by-elections and general elections. So this is just one case that you are speaking about, which does not vitiate that it cannot happen to other places. But we take the measures to make sure that these elections are held in a place comfortable enough for voters to come in and cast their votes.
Madam Chairperson, my name is Samuel Kakane, and I report for strong and strong TV Liberia. My concern has to do with polls are closed by 6 p.m. today, and timing will take up to 10, 11, if possible midnight. How will the ballot boxes be transported from the various centers? Will they be under the auspices of party observers, or how will the process be in terms of monitoring the transportation?
That's a good question. CPA police.
Close, yes, at 6 o'clock. And usually what happens, the polling staff will pack everything, and then there's a retrieval of those ballot boxes, whether to the central location, which is the magisterial offices, where in the conference room they will receive these materials, and then the next day, which will be tomorrow, they will be done in time. This is an immediate action after any elections that happen. And what was your last concern?
Okay, how to do the monitoring aspect of the ballot boxes from the various sectors?
And so let me say that we have the Nigerian National Congress that has been They are available, and I'm sure many of you have seen them. They escorted the materials here to Nimba County, Tapita and Sanikoye in our warehouses, and they have remained on the ground to secure them. They have also been deployed to the various precincts and villages. So on the retrieval, they get to escort these materials along with our staff to the magisterial offices at Tapita and Sanikoye. So you can rest assured that these materials have been protected by the Liberian National Police, including our own security at night.
Thank you, Madam. My name is Anthony Williams. I work for State Radio. Speaking of being rest assured, I just wanted you to provide some clarity and speaking of transparency regarding the tallying process. I know the NEC's credibility, you've done several elections, but I want you to just throw some lights on the tallying center, speaking of the presence of observers, political party agents, how will it be done? Will we have previous elections where you have international observers on the panel? We also have political party agents. I want to throw some light on the tallying process. I also want to join my colleague and throw some light on the issue of transportation for pilot parties, because I know Nimba County, especially speaking of how to reach places, I'm going to be thorough. I know how difficult it is to go over there and to and fro. So I can throw light more on the transparency aspect of the tallying process. Thank you.
You have just said much with respect to the transparency. And I would just add that during the tallying process, as you rightly said, we have local as well as international observers who will be there. You have party agents. And if I'm going against what is the norm, the operations department is also there. We also have the commissioner who is chair for the Nimba Senatorial Chairing State. Perhaps you may want to add any commissioner you want to add. But I mean specifically, everything is in place. This is something that has happened repeatedly. Years, and the processes are meant by individuals who have integrity and will exhibit that to this is the tally process is to fulfill for everybody. There's nothing to hide from. And where there may be challenges or some figures or additions or fractions, they are right here in tax before the finalization of anything, before the final results are even conveyed to the Board of Commissioners for the council. So you will keep in mind, and you will want to tell the that the elections commission tally process is indeed free and fair, and there were testimonies from the party agents as well as from the observers or monitors who will be around to see how the process goes.
Madam Chair, David Manger, the Liberian investigator. This afternoon, I came in contact with a group of young people who said they traveled from Monrovia and they were allegedly recruited by the National Elections Commission to come and serve as elections officers. But upon arrival, we noticed that some other people have occupied the post probably they would have occupied, and they claim that they are stranded because they expected that you would have taken care of them. How are you addressing this?
First, let me say that any issue of such needs to be investigated, and we have our team on ground to do that investigation. With respect to them being stranded, again, it has to be investigated. How did they come? What are the fact their names were listed? Or, as you say, like your way, whether they were promised that they were on the list. All of these things will have to be researched. So I would not, or the commission cannot say emphatically that what they are saying is true, and we cannot even deny that whether what they are saying is untrue. But there has to be some kind of investigation because we know that it became a viral situation. Everybody is calling to find out what has happened. Well, we ourselves have to know what the truth is. And when we get to know what the truth is, then we deal with it.
So my name is Archie. Say from beginning, I report from this FM and TV.
Thank you. Let me say the investigator. Can say that the recruitment portal plays from the recruitment. You don't have control over who apply and where they come from. But we do know that the recruitment portal requires you to apply. So in this by-election, 3,905 will start. So wherever you come from, you go to train, you are offer of training. So yeah, when the listing come out, you don't know where you come from, you don't have time to qualify, you apply, working the process. So to say that we are stranded, we don't know. There's no database in our consistency. All those who apply, the 9,000 person that apply process to work for elections commission, we apply. So when we're looking at them, we're looking at the offer is that qualify, some listening, qualify. You have to do it. In other words, anyway, I say, it could be a some company in America. What do we do? So we don't see people coming from the country. We don't agree that the elections like the electoral process. All that we qualify on the process. We are contracted for the elections. On the basis of tallying, we don't do tallying at the centers. Tallying is done by ICRs. So over the 7 minutes, they are informed that tallying will start to go on and we encourage all of them to send application to the ICR offices to ensure that we know that we have 100 global international and global observers in the past, both from Leon, ECC, and WNEC. They are also in the process of that international partners who are very supportive of the process. They are also in the tallying process to work on ICR in Sanskrit. Let me also inform you that in Sanskrit we have 3 tallying centers. And in Takata we have 2 tallying process centers. So online we can show and we want to encourage all of them to send their party agent and our observer tallying process will start 9 a.m. Because we can show that we will have 1 p.m. and 6 p.m.
So let me say the Elections Commission is under obligation to do what has happened when it comes to those persons who are claiming to have been registered in the portal and who are claiming to have been shortlisted. We need to know what has happened. And this investigation will go on.
So again, my name is Archie. I report for Blaze, radio and TV. There have been a series of social media reports concerning violence in places like currently and other parts of Nimba. I want to know whether these concerns have reached the election commissions and as it relates to the security of the ballots, because we observe in previous elections, places like District Number 4, some of those towns where re-elections were being conducted, ballot boxes were thrown in rivers and other things. So, what is the security of the ballot boxes as it relates to that?
We are working along with the period national to help the commission to secure the process as we said before. On retrieval, our officials will go there to take the materials along with the staff to bring them to the magisterial offices. In our process, we are supported by Nigeria National Police. We are still on ground and we take this process in the legal to bring them to the magistrate. So we say the process is secure until something happens. We don't want to start looking at the difficulty when the fact has not happened. It's a good thing to remind us of what has happened before, but we cannot say that because it happened before, until it happens, we will have remedial measures to ensure that these biomasses are intact. If it happens, there are also measures to ensure retrieval or to get these persons under the law for having taken our biomasses when the fact should not have been done. What was your other question?
Issue of violence, the protest because of the conflict.
We've heard a lot of things, reports from you, the media, about small things happening here, small violence here, altercations, people attacking each other. But what we have learned from the magistrates, and even from some of your radio stations and some of the partners, is that this whole campaign in the election was generally peaceful. Generally peaceful does not mean that some things may not have happened, but they did prevent the election from going on. We say no, the elections did happen. Now, whatever may have happened that we have information about, I'm sure the police was contacted to resolve those issues. So let's look at the positives that have come out of the conduct of this process. And we want to be assured that the police done its job and that if there was anything other than ordinary, they would take cognizance of that and to address that under their institution.
Madam Commissioner, my name is Samson Osire and I report for the closing argument. Few minutes ago, two of the aspirant, Madam Iyekongo Wei and Mark Bell, appeared on closing argument, raising few concerns. One, they spoke about some irregularity as it relates to one of the POS, one of the PO from Complete were caught with ballot paper. Two, they talk about duplication of voting card. Can you speak to that?
This is something that I was just hearing, and until we get to the elections commission, we will not be able to comment until we have sufficient information.
Yes. Okay. Madam Commissioner, my name is Daniel, and I go for 91. So my concern is how prepared is NEC to pay temporary staff, especially considering the challenges you just mentioned. We've seen several instances in the past where after completing the work of staff that is directed or in receiving their payments.
I'm informed by the finance section on the secretary that the $2 million that the elections commission has received, out of which is payment of temporary staff, they will get their usually go via mobile money. Do that because of the number, they have to be uploaded to the platform, and it takes a few days for them to be able to conclude with the GSM companies for them to be able to. So we will implore them to wait for that time to receive the fee. It's impossible, near impossible, for the conclusion of the election at this hour, at 6 o'clock, to pay temporary staff at 6 o'clock. It's impossible. But we say the payment is there, the money is there. We don't have to go look for money to pay. We just need to wait a little bit for the processing of the payment to be able to send it to the mobile.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the Board of Commissioners. Thank you.
Just make a correction here, please. In our first press briefing, there was a question asked to the effect that the question says, polling staff needed to call out the names of voters before they voted. And initially I had thought it was it wasn't a problem. Everybody was listening.
It seems to be the tenor was like around 40%. Yeah.
Oh, that what she said?
She didn't
We take
rest-
account of that.
she didn't speak to the specific number, but that's the projected number that's around 40-45% thereabout. But it's going to be far under 50% turnout, and that's a significant. That's not a good thing in an election process. Sometimes. Yeah.
But if their tenor is that low, look, like I said, Pee-wee, election is very expensive, especially in such an election. No, Pee-wee, let me tell you something. That's why when you're getting in the kind of process, you gotta know exactly whether you're gonna win or not, whether you have a stand a chance.
Yeah.
And you have to be prepared, you know. Like people say, "Oh my man, Ronnie might give you." No, Ronnie might give you. Don't you jump and now so for they go flog you and then you can't recover again. They beat you badly. Make sure you do your homework.
Then you lost your political essence.
Yeah, then say is it that member where you can't whipping, you can't even recover. No, make sure you still got a chance and know how much it will take you. Get a person who will get an estimate to you what you need to win election. Yeah, and then you prepare for it. But you just jump out, you say you want to run, then you all on Facebook. I didn't put a game, I beg you. I mean, they won't get. I'll tell them say, well, you want to donate to my campaign? Yeah, the information here. But I'm coming to be saying they'll say I depend on y'all to get it no. You know.
Yeah, so I said that's a.
You see when Ben Samuel ran, Ben Samuel had a lot of money, but maybe from you, if we are not in the race at that time, Ben are going to do something because
Ben not still going to win, man.
My man, if we are in the race, Ben are going to do something because Ben are going to get heavyweight. Ben, I mean what? Ben, you know what Ben campaign? I want to imagine that time.
They're supposed to give money for bank and Ben not stay. I'm saying you saw the race between the person that came second to Weir. That was the president's son, President Sadi's son, came second.
Yeah, because my man. Guess
so,
what?
You see, but so it's still going to be difficult from there.
No, but listen now, if we are in the race, this is why the president he's talking about because people were like he was buying people out of the race.
If we are not in the race, you're going to win. Rasta, you're going to win it. You're going to win it.
My man, the man bought people that account on. But my man,
listen, I'm telling you, if we are not in the race, Rasta, you are going to win the elections. I was on the ground. He did a lot of projects in Moscow. You're going to win it. Yeah, the reason why we are winning because people love the program for we are. That how we are beating the way we are being, right?
I say,
so
but we are in the race and we are supported Ben.
Ben, my own man, my own brother, right? Rouse said he would have won the election if we are not in the race.
If we are in the race and we are supported Ben, Ben going to win. Yes.
He's talking about we are supporting somebody again.
Oh yeah. At that time when we are put anybody here person win.
At that time, we're close to that time also.
At that time we are put somebody here a person win straight.
That was 2014, right?
Yeah. We are just go somewhere.
That was a very true election that we are won heavily because the margin between we are even the Rouse said I think he got 10,000 votes. He came very close to. I mean, small close.
He spent money. He bought all the guys.
What a
Bonnie, all the UP Bonnie, he bought all the race.
Stevie Johnson. Stevie Johnson.
What other guy is Sila? All there.
No, not yeah. I didn't see that.
You're president of the race. He bought all the race. And still we are beating the market down.
Yeah. But it was clear. We are contesting Maserado. As senator, you expected somebody on your. It was clear. The only people that didn't know this were people that were trying to test the water. Myself, I didn't take no side in that election. I just followed the process closely at the time. But I knew clearly that we are winning, and we are not only winning, but we are winning with a tsunami victory. And what happened?
If I should run the district, I also running my GB. That person there, that district that we if as a CDC district there, it's a CDC people love that in our district.
I want the district my woman running for Balaze.
No, I want the person are there. The person was on a majority blaster, and when we are calling, we are all. So I said we'll primary you. Think about a joke. In my prayer, God,
we just say you want to run.
Hey, my man, relax.
Relax. You got to do the groundwork on it. With the result, you got to do the groundwork.
I was talking about when I go there, we'll tell you what up for.
Don't be that the result coming out when they say.
Let me friend, my man. If I do that stuff, man, I'll get parent support, man.
And the good part of the politics. If you know the terrain and trying to raise, and that's the reason why, right? So those of us, two things I'm gonna do in 2029 elections by the grace of God.
Depending on which side you be on stage.
Yeah, depending on it's not gonna hamper my alignment, right? I already know the side I'm gonna be on.
So you definitely sure you'll be on CMC 2029.
But that's what I'm saying to you. Right? So, but beyond that, the appropriate forces going to align. And that's what I said. You didn't get the whole line. This process that is unfolding currently is a kind of it's a major revolution that has been invoked. But the appropriate forces were aligned to complete the process to victory. So that's not going to happen. Listen, I'm not going to play a back row seat in terms of electioneering now. Doing analytical job or serving as a protege or surrogate.
No.
Surrogate.
I'll be from you.
Defined line.
The day I tell you I'm supporting a particular candidate or party, I'm done with talk show business. I'll be out of the. I'll be taking side. On a sure note, I'll be done.
I'm not ruling out the possibility of contesting for a seat. But that chance is very low on a serious note. I believe in if I can make any change, that would be basically in executive helping to change some major policy flaw we have.
Eugene come on the shows. Hey, come on the show, Eugene. Can't talk about the election.
So that's going to be the case.
Hello, you want to take part? Oh, okay. Let's go back. Okay, something coming. Okay, let me hear on something coming. Then you can get update.
So that's basically going to be the issue back in the country, if you will.
So something. What's up? Something. What's up? Something. What's up? 45 minutes ago, the polls in Liberia closed in Nimba County for the elections, and hopefully in the next 2 hours, we'll be giving some updates on the to see what's the latest, the early polls, early results coming in. Our results is unofficial, it's not an official result from the NEC, but I'm sure we'll have something close to it. So, Pee-wee? People say running in Lofa.
Oh, I said what something says. No. I said the chances of that is not too strong for now.
A lot can happen in 4 years. Look, you see, with the politics, you don't rush, right? But what I can tell you, you need.
I will basically play a major role in the national side of it. To be represented is too much of just too much of a. The people believe that you are represented to take care of personal issues. That's one of the reasons why.
Come again with some of them.
Yeah, and that's the reason why I really want to venture.
That's the reason why the 10 word raise half of representatives, because when you get there, you're trying to do something for their interest.
Yeah.
And they say you mean.
Personal issues.
They say you mean.
It asks you for this thing today, you give it. Tomorrow you don't.
I got visa today. I got visa. I need school fee. I need ticket.
Yeah, I need plane ticket. You need to take care of people. A lot of things. Everything society can provide, you need to take care of it. My horse is leaking, and I feel for them. You need to buy zinc to patch it. When somebody is being evicted or under the 12 being evicted from the area, you need to pay rent. If you don't pay the rent, and so I mean, it's a societal problem. So you really want to venture into that, even if you are performing in terms of your fiduciary responsibility, the statutory responsibility, which of lawmaking, oversight, lawmaking, and representation. These are the three major things: the oversight, the lawmaking, and representation. Even at that, they still believe that you are underperforming, you are not performing. So, and that's the result. Every election you see, you have more than 65% or 75% of the lawmakers being put out of office. That's the reason. The folks don't understand. And the reason they're putting most of them out of office is not basically because of, I agree that the reason why I think I support them being put out of office is that most of them don't prioritize the process as to how they intend to go about the whole thing. That's the only thing about it. They don't look at it. They will also hit government hard of making government to give them money to pass legislation for the country. All those things are not okay, and that is the reason why when the people are dealing with them, sometimes some of us support that. But when I disagree with them, today there was a video somebody posted today. There was a public hearing when the late Senator Summer Kupi was talking about the economy and other things. I reflected, and he said this before. He says, there's some of us that do the work we do, that people don't really understand the days of other we are out of miss, and it's just the reality, So it just decreases significantly the appetite of anchoring for those kind of seats. Yeah, that's just the problem.
The thing is that our people, they need to be educated about the whole process, because voter education is needed. That the person you electing as your district representative, they're not there they're not your father, they're not your man. They're not your ATM machine. They are there to represent, to advocate for you in Monrovia. So when you go to Monrovia, to tell them that you need clinics, you need to be money to come to the clinics, all these things you need at a job. But you expecting them to be taking the money, you're made them steal.
But it's very long, because I started this. Some of them will go and tell the post I will come build a bridge. Most of them will start taking projects, doing bridges, doing the.
Yeah, I remember during dual time, my uncle was Rosa Senator. I haven't seen the reason why we're making money. In fact, in the morning you see him going to work in a Senate car. They're not even important. We not told the garden zero, but when Ellen took over,
anytime they got a lot of powers.
Yeah,
anytime was democracy. The reason why you didn't see your uncle in that powerful at the time was dual time. That was talking about autocratic government. Dual was a dictator, right? Dual are not hearing the democracy, the tenets of democracy. So yes, you will come out and say those people are not. But at any time, now was democratic guys who have power. Those guys could now debate the budget, decide as to how the budget is passed. So they could. They were really then the check and balance was very enforced. They were trying to see what they could, so they put those benefits for themselves there. So nothing you could do about it. They put those benefits for themselves.
Mind you, there was all the issue about oil being came about.
Auto block, then
and
the signature fee are coming.
Oh yeah,
each of those block debate on the men are carrying home almost 100,000.
Yeah, they made money. Yeah, go ahead, Zero.
Can you hear me?
We are you now. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to say something on what you guys are discussing about, the way how the representation is going about and how other people react. So let me tell you, if you have, say for example, you want me to go run in a district, you will expect that these people, your constituents will come to you most of the time to beg you for this or that and stuff like that because of the opportunities they don't have. Your representation should be able to provide a safety net for your constituents. Well, let's take, for example, if somebody is sick. Where do they go if they don't have money? Where do they go if there's no family member to help them to get, health insurance or give them money to go to the hospital? That person will die.
No, but then,
there is no safety net for anybody.
Yeah, but
so
then,
the representation should be towards getting these kind of benefits for your constituents.
But
if that is not happening, then people will feel that you're not doing anything for them.
no, but Sarah, the problem is that the people got to be educated people on this thing. Because first of all, right, let me give you an example. Okay, for instance, when you're running in a district, when you're meeting the people, you want to assess the district and the person needs of that district. If they say they're suffering from a clinic, they need a medical issue, you look the clinic that's in that district, you identify the clinic and you find the needs of that clinic. Now, that's the problem, Sarah. When the problem is when they go to the hold on. Maya, you live. What happened in there? Maya, what's going on there? Okay, when you're ready, you'll let us know. So if you go to that, if you identify the clinic, then when you go, when the national budget come before you in Monrovia, the duty of that national budget for you to put money in the budget for your district. But instead what they do, they put money there, only after what they can get. But if I know health center is in my district, I will need everything there. Just matter, give me an estimate of what it would cost to have the medical of the business needs at a hospital, that clinic. When you go to Monrovia, when the budget comes, make sure that money is put in the budget for that clinic. And when most of the time the money not reach to the people. But then no, but you know what? Yeah, but your duty, you sort of be advocating for them and make sure you can't be you fighting you on the floor. Let the people see you. That we saw people making the case for us that the Magibi clinic or the clinic in where chiefs on here, it cost 200,000 to get that clinic going for that year, and he's trying to put that money in the budget. Make sure when that money is put in the budget, make sure it reach to the clinic. That is for intended purpose. But if you don't do it, you pocket the money, they get money, can you and the caucus then share the money. There's a problem. People come harass you. You see?
Yeah. People will harass you.
Okay, let me tell you, Tony, Maya said he's already live. He's on the phone. He said he wanted to get some update.
Yeah, go ahead.
Maya, you want to go ahead? Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so we got information from the there's a polling center there where people are putting to vote. So we got the information that one of the candidates who was a representative, the people representing him were denied from entering the hall to observe. So people are that the information is the one who is behind this issue, and he even admits that he is united by the team into this. So because of this, if the supporters cannot enter or the representation cannot enter, then cannot allow it. So
see, the problem I got when y'all bring out report, I don't see it. You see, y'all do it.
So y'all got video to that effect?
Y'all put videos, but y'all talking about that. Yeah, you can't talk. I want that show the evidence.
Right. Y'all got video to that effect?
Expose them.
Yeah. I mean, for the stream on. I mean, y'all go live on the stream.
Okay, you say you want to go. Say she connect you from the stream out there.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
That's the thing I keep telling them. Y'all take pictures. Y'all take videos on the internet.
You can't talking to people. Yeah.
The government, the people who dealing with this are sophisticated liars. Need tangible evidence against them. Tangible.
Wait, hold on. Let me call.
So you getting me right?
But I said, but Maya,
Yeah.
I'm getting information that the county taking place. Where you guys at? Y'all into the county place?
We heading to the place, but we are on our way when we came across this.
You man, take pictures. Let's take picture and keep and we'll put a picture up. Take a picture, take some video. But they say county taking place right now.
Okay, so we heading to Sunny Place.
County taking place right now.
Let somebody be secretly taking pictures because they will not want to see you openly doing it. Let it be done secretly.
Yeah, so we heading to Sunny Place already.
Oh yes, yes. Our last county, the county is live.
5-9. Yeah. 5-9.
Man, I want to see the live county. Wow.
They will not show either that day because either or somebody that day they or somebody sitting there and say yes. If you happy, so I don't know. Say no. That people put that either side. Or don't either or somebody that there for the cap people that will be. Now I will be bagging because everybody want for the to go straight. I want to make my brother to understand.
So are you also debunking what the honorable mayor just said here?
No, for me, I'm not just the honorable mayor. I'm just the people that saying that they try to cheat. That's why I'm making them to understand. Yeah, I've been around. My name is Elvis Gray. Well, this particular Christian have been very kind. For since this morning up to present, we were just surprised to see the brother to say he is. I think one of the Pangalo or
okay.
He came and said he's dissatisfied for the people.
Yeah, they put live county here. They live county put here. What you gotta do? What they should be to that county there. On the way there.
So again, what the vacancy? Vacancy number 1. Yeah. EC 2-1 and EC 03 That is C number 1. Yeah. And EC.
So the reconciliation they're doing now.
Yeah.
C number 2, right? Yes. And EC 2103 on the 103 69. And EC on the 103 what again? 2103 72. Right? So what's the seal? They seal the end. The last seal.
So the counting process has ended. They are concluding. For those who are watching this, put in place once.
The first one. Number 1 is NEC 21 03 53 NEC 21 03 59, right? Okay. NEC 21 03 66. Is that clear? Yeah. And I want to hire. Okay. Any recommendation? Anything? Nothing there, right? Yeah. Are we there? Yeah. Amen. How the process? All right. So we have additional people that we see out. If any, we say no, right? Okay. So number of barrel people issued to another place, if any, no, right? Okay. So we say the total number of barrel received. This blood day, so that 550, right? Are we there? Yeah. So we get anyone score? 7.
I think the police.
Barrel discarded.
The police is asking that the guy stop the light.
Number of unused ballot paper. So my answer now.
Yeah,
unused.
I have it here.
Unused is how much?
Unused is 354.
45. So 550 minus 196. And I
354.
And I there? Yes. So say 10 plus this, so it's 3 what?
5.
So it's 3, 5, 4. Unused, right? So you count it's a total number of 1, 2, 3, right? So it's what? It's thinking, right? 354. You getting it? You getting it?
Is this for the ones that were used or the ones that were
used? This, you got 0 here, right? You got another 0 here. Yeah. So now it's the total number of 354. 354. Okay. So you put this one at 0 plus 0. Plus this AC 1, 2, 3. So it's 3, 5, 4. So it's 3, 5, 4. Is that clear? So number of ballot paper that should be in the ballot box.
What are doing the counting box?
196.
196.
196.
196.
Yes.
Okay. So it's 196. Is that clear?
Yeah. Any one?
Any question?
No.
Okay. So it's a total.
Excuse me. When I say any question, just tell them the 196 plus the 354 is what? 555. They finish. You don't have to explain further. Just tell them that this 354 plus 196, if you put it together, is what? 550, which means if you a total of ballot papers that you receive.
That will receive this money.
That's all.
Yeah?
That's it. You want to say it?
So, number of the ballot paper taken from the ballot box is 196. Is that clear?
Yeah.
So, say 196 plus say we lack it. Are we there?
Yeah.
Okay. So, any discrepancy? No. No discrepancy. Is that clear?
Yeah.
Proceed. Are we there? You want to feel? So, 196, right? Yeah. Come to the paper here. You want to tell me everybody. Is that clear? Total of unused form and discarded ballot paper big. So we come to B here. A here. 354. So they telling us say the total unused, spot, and discarded is 3 what? B. And B is 3 what? 3, 5, 4. Is that clear? Number of ballot paper that should be in the ballot box. C. Can I see here? 196. 196. 196. Program close it, right? Number of the ballot paper taken from the ballot box. That D is in 196.
Those are very low. It should be 500, 196.
That discrepancy? No. Close it. Is that clear? So that 196 will come into an sorry. What? Please give me tissue. Give me tissue.
So this Stanley William Public School put in place 1. The check-in has ended, so they're about to place the results on the sheets to place them out right after everything. My name is Nathan.
So depending on
$5, right?
Yeah.
0.
0?
0.
Okay.
Independent on not 0. Yeah.
CMC, Mark Blue.
CMC, Mark Blue. 2.
Bungalow where he lives. That is independent 2. 117. 117. NIA?
Yeah.
Bumpu Josh.
Computers, one.
Yeah.
ATM error.
Yes.
140.
100. Then we have Oga Samuel. 70, right?
Oh, one voting yes, I wanted that. Either got 117.
Then we have Timber Richie. Vivo LT.
We have 2 votes.
2.
I mean, yeah, no more. I don't want to get 7, I don't want to get
Then we
2.
have Garrison Donald Yelu. Independent 3.
One.
1.
1, right? Then we have total valid vote.
So for those who are watching, Congo where Edith has 117 votes, and Koga Samuel has 7.
It is fair to continue that. Is it either winning some era that big? Imagine, wow.
Don't be what expected. You got
some people getting 7, 1.
Yeah, at the beginning, some people got that. I think.
My man, why you getting raised if you getting 1 in Iraba?
Garrison Yulu got 1 over there. And my God, I think maybe that other terrain, my God 2, Garrison got 1. But in other area, you see them performing.
Yeah.
So, we got to know first and foremost where they. Remember that have performance area.
Are we there? Please give me a step. I feel well. Give me a step. Official step. No step there. No, not there. Check over there. I'm afraid that's how
So for putting place number 1 here at the Tangley Wen Public School, Edith Congo has 117 votes. Why?
I mean, the fact that is competitive. You know, if you see that. I mean, I don't know, but the Nimba election different, so. Wow. Pee-wee.
Yeah, man.
We'll retire, then we'll come back later, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, let me retire because yeah.